medical shop. So they are biflac capsules, Yakult, and Spurlac. So these are the common names, but biflac capsules is mainly concerned of Streptococcus bacillus and some amount of Bacillus mesentericus and Clostridium botulinum and lactic acid bacillus. And Yakult, it contains Lactobacillus cephalic strain Shirota, and Spurlac, it contains lactic acid bacillus. So we are going to get into our research.
1 minute, I call
But but before going into the research, we will always have some questions in our mind, right? So likewise, I will have some questions. So they are my hypothesis. So my hypothesis on this project is, will probiotic increase the growth and lifespan of goldfish? So here I'm going to use 3 types of probiotics. Will all 3 probiotics give the same results? If not, which is going to give best results out of it? So let us, we will get all answers for all these questions at the end of my research. So my dependent variable in this research is food fish like turbot, rainbow trout, salmon, and cod. Independent variable is goldfish. Controlled variable is probiotics. So, do you need to know how I got into the research, right? Let me tell you the story about it. In recent article, I learned that they have stopped using antibiotics in aquaculture because it gives lots of it creates lots of environmental problems. So they started using probiotics as an alternative of antibiotic to as a disease resistance and to accelerate the growth of the fishes like salmon, rainbow trout, cod, and turbot. So my question here is, when we can use probiotics in the ordinary fishes, why can't we use it in an ornamental fish, especially goldfish? So that's why I started doing the research. Now let's get into the research. So now I need to prepare the food for these fishes. So I took spinach, cucumber, frozen peas, unflavored gelatin, and oats. I blanched all the vegetables and blended it. So I add oats to it and blended it again to form a nice puree. Now I'm going to separate this puree into 3 different containers, naming it as A, B, and C. So to the bowl A, I'm going to add Spurlac. To bowl B, I'm going to add biflac capsules. And to bowl C, I'm going to add Yakult. Now, after mixing it well, we need to add gelatin to it and store it in the refrigerator to make it hard. Like now, you may get a question: how much amount did she add? Yes. So we added 1 ml in this measuring cup. I took 1 ml and I diluted in the water and I added to the puree. So after feeding the fishes regularly, I come to take about the weighing of the fishes. Now it's time to weigh the fishes. I will tell you a simple formula to weigh the fishes. N2 minus N1. So N2 is the weight of the bottle plus water plus fish, while N1 is the weight of the bottle plus water alone. So when you subtract this, you will get the weight of the fishes. So according to my research, this is the research in week 1, week 2, and week 3. So this chart shows me that fish fed with Spurlac has moderate increase from week 1 to week 3. And while fish fed with biflac capsules, it has decreased in one fish and has increased in the other fish. And fish fed with Yakult, it is same like biflac capsule, decrease in the one fish and increase in the other fish. And fish fed with the normal fish food, it's almost constant throughout all the 3 weeks. So now from the above results, we concluded that Spurlac gave me the best results, that it gave me 64% of results, and biflac gave me 30%, and Yakult gave me 6% of results. So these 2 fishes were fed with Spurlac, and these 2 fishes were fed with biflac capsules. These 2 with Yakult, and these 2 with the normal pet food, or to know the difference between the probiotics and the normal pet food. So at the end of the research, I observed that Spurlac gave me the best results out of all 3 probiotics. But there are some demerits in my project because the fish food which I made, it started dissolving in water after a duration of time. So because of the dissolvement of food, there's need to be water color of the tank changes, so they should be continuously clean. So these are the demerits of my project. So from the results about that, I conclude that I found that there's a slight increase in weight of the goldfish. So this has proved that probiotics will surely have effects on probiotics. They will increase the survival rate and weight of the goldfishes. So this research would help in increase success of raising rare ornamental fish to their adulthood. This also has implication in aquaculture to raise the fishes, in the time of fish larvae, that is the toughest time of their survival. So now I would like to conclude by saying about my future enhancement of this project. I would not like to stop here. I will take it to the next level by isolating probiotics. And first of all, I should prepare a food that does not dissolve in the water for the better results. And I would also like to isolate probiotics from shrimp gut. And I would also test my probiotics in animal husbandry, giving it to chickens and other animals. So I conclude by saying that the test of probiotics will help us to increase the growth and survival rate of the fishes and help in aquaculture to accelerate its growth. Jazakallah. I would like to show the probiotics which I use. This is Yakult, Perlac, and Bifida capsules. So this is the fish food which I made. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Adiba. Thank you very much for your very good presentation. Can you hear me, Adiba?
Yes, sir. Can hear you.
Adiba, first tell me, when I saw your setup, the experimental setup, have you gone through the kind of containers you should have? Because the container what you were using for the experiment seems to be banned one. You know what is the reason it was banned for keeping fishes?
This is actually a small space for the fishes. So I need to it's actually big fishes. I should provide a big container for it.
No, dear. It is for the surface area. It allows very less surface area for the air to diffuse into it. Because
yes, so that's why I have given air bubbles for all the fishes. Only because of this research purpose, I got the fishes. So in the short period of time, I only got this size of bowls. So that's why I'm able to arrange it.
Okay, coming to the probiotics, I'll come to the probiotics later. Can you please tell me what is the food composition or a feeding habit of the fish? The fish, what it usually feeds?
It usually feeds us a variety kinds of fish food that we can make in our home. Like can even given raw fish food, or we can blanch all these things. So, but I have given a pure vegetarian. I have made a pure vegetarian fish for food for my fishes.
What is the necessity to make that fish vegetarian?
It's not like that. I found this this is bit compared to the others. This was a bit easier for me, so that's why I prepared this food. Mostly, inshallah, in my future enhancement, I would like to make different varieties of fish foods.
What do you think? What is the reason for your feed is getting dissolved immediately after putting into the container or experimental setup?
Because of maybe like I have added so much of water during the for grinding to make a puree. So maybe next time I should reduce the water content and also add a little more of gelatin to make it more solid.
Actually, the food composition should compose of minimum 35% of the protein. And it seems that in your feed, the protein is lacking, or it is very much reduced, the amount of protein what you may be giving. It is a plant-based protein, and for the plant-based protein, you need to supplement with some kind of animal-based protein also, along with plant-based protein. Okay, that is the different thing. Acha, you have specified that you have used spinach in your ingredients. What is that spinach is? Can you please tell me the common name of the spinach?
They would say in Tamil, Murugaikira, right? I got that one and I just used that. I don't know how to. Yeah.
That is not the Murugaikira. Murugaikira is otherwise called moinga. Moinga is the actual name. It is not the spinach. Spinach is palak. What we use, no palak. It's called spinach, and have named it wrongly. Anyhow, why you restricted only one fish in a container?
So can you come again?
Why you restricted the number of fish to one in each container? If the fish, did you notice any mortality, or did the fish died during the experiment setup?
Yes, sir. Because to identify the fishes which I have feed to which fish I have given which probiotics, I have restricted one to the one container.
Okay.
So that's
only
why.
one. It's usually you need to, how many times did you repeat this experiment?
Once or twice a day, so once or twice a day.
No.
Because my
I'm asking you, did you repeated this experiment, or how many containers for each probiotics you have used?
so it's not like I made a quantity more. I stored it in small cubes and I cut it into small cubes so that I could feed the
I'm
fishes.
not, Adiba, I'm not asking about the, I'm
Yeah.
asking you, how many containers were kept for bifilac or the probiotics, different probiotics? One container for each probiotic, or there
Yes,
were
so
more
one
than that?
container for each probiotic separately.
So there is no replicates. Means 2 or 3 number you didn't keep. Only one number you maintain.
Yes, sir, one number.
Sir, it's your turn, sir. Please. If Zoeb is not asking, busy with some other, I would like to ask few more questions, Adiba. Is it
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir, sure. Can ask.
Tell me the common name for this goldfish, a scientific name for the goldfish without seeing on the board.
Yeah, Canaceous auratus.
Okay. To which taxa it belongs, or which group it belongs?
Can you come again, sir?
To which group it belongs?
It belongs to the family of Repending.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Adiba. If Zoeb has any questions, please go ahead.
Adipa,
Yes, sir.
you've done a very wonderful work, and future scope, I think it's very good.
Thank you, sir.
As I was saying, in the future, try to use tanks for the fish instead of a
Yeah.
bowl. And as you said, in the future, you'll be using natural source. So that is good. For probiotics, try to use natural source of probiotics.
Yes, sir. I would like to maybe in the next year I'll be meeting you with my own probiotics.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay, I wish you all the best.
Jazakallah, sir. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Rida from Sana Model School with ID JLSA024.
Ma'am, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, dear, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I am Rida of class 10A to present on the topic, can you fold and roll your tongue? Is it a hereditary trait? So, what is tongue rolling? Tongue rolling is the ability to roll the tongue into the lateral edges of the tongue upward to into a tube. So, as you see in the picture, in the presentation, are you able to roll your tongue? If you're able to roll your tongue, well and very good. If you're not able to, not everybody can do it. The tongue's intersecting muscles allow some people to form their tongue into specific shapes. Rolling the tongue into a tube shape and folding your tongue is often described as a dominant trait with a simple Mendelian inheritance. Tongue rolling is a dominant inherited character. A person who has either one or two copies of a dominant allele will be able to twist their tongue. Next, please. Okay. The aim of my project is to prove that any effect of the gene is not visible until and unless it is stripped off in one form or the other by the environment. So the hypothesis for my project is, can everybody roll their tongue? Can everybody fold their tongue? Why can't everybody fold their tongue? Is it that everybody can't roll or fold their tongue because it is because of some heredity? Is tongue rolling a disorder? What is the genotype for tongue rolling? Is tongue rolling outsmell dominant or a recessive character? Can two tongue rolling parents have a child without this trait? What percentage of the population can do a clover tongue? So the procedure of my project is each participant was demonstrated whether they are able to roll or fold their tongue. So there was one single participant who was able to roll, fold their tongue, was ready to show everyone how to roll and fold their tongue in the beginning of my survey. Those who could roll their tongue were demonstrated as R plus. Those who could not able to roll their tongue were demonstrated as R minus. Those who could be able to fold their tongue, they were demonstrated as F plus. Those who were not able to fold their tongue, they were demonstrated as F minus. So there were a few combinations of tongue rolling and tongue folding as well, such as R plus F plus, which is able to roll and fold their tongue. R minus F minus, they were not able to roll, neither fold their tongue. R plus F minus, which is able to roll but not able to fold their tongue. R minus F plus, they were not able to roll but able to fold their tongue. So, in my table, there was a distribution of tongue rolling and folding by each gender of every study in the population. So, the tongue rolling rollers, there were 40, the percentage in the bracket. So, there were 40 who could roll their tongue, 46 in female who could roll their tongue, in total 86. There were non-rollers, 32 in male, 26 in female, 58 in all. In tongue folding, there were 52 folders in male, 62 folders in female, 114 in all. Non-folders, there were 20 in male, 10 in female, and 30 in all. So there were some, as you said, there is few combination in tongue rolling and tongue folding. So R plus F plus able to roll and fold their tongue. 35 in male, 41 in female. 41 in female. R plus F minus able to roll their tongue but not able to fold their tongue. 5 in male, 5 in female, 10 in total. R minus F plus not able to roll their tongue but able to fold their tongue, which is 17 in male, 21 in female, 38 in all. R minus F minus not able to roll neither fold their tongue, 72 in male, 72 in female, total 15 in male, 5 in female, total 20. So here you see R plus F plus has a major who are able to roll and fold their tongue, whereas you see people who are able to roll their tongue R plus and not able to fold their tongue, they were the minor, because people who will be able to roll their tongue will probably able to fold their tongue too. Next, please. Okay, so this is the rolling and folding the tongue age group from 12 to 50. So here in the male, as you can see, the rollers were few compared to female. There was majority is the female compared to male from age 12 to 50. So coming back to the photograph, these were the survey pics I took for my survey. So these survey pics, when I was demonstrating whether people were able to roll and fold their tongue. So when I was doing my research, I found it that instead of tongue rolling and tongue folding, there is one more tongue trick called clover tongue. As clover leaf is very rare, getting a four clover leaf is like very rarest. Same way, getting the clover tongue is very rarest because only 17% of the world's population can do the clover leaf tongue. Clover leaf tongue is nothing but is the ability to fold their tongue in a certain configuration with multiple bends. So this is the pie chart on the screen. You can see that only 17% of the world's population can do the clover leaf tongue. Only 83% of the world's population were not able to do clover leaf tongue. So I had a study, like when I was doing my survey, there was one case where their parents were able to roll their and fold their tongue, but the participant was not able to. So how does it happen? My parents are able to roll their tongue, but I'm not able to roll my tongue. How is it possible? So when I was studying about my research, I found out our genes also come in different versions. They come in different versions called alleles. Now, what is an allele? An allele is a variant form of a gene. Okay. So some genes have a variety of different forms, which are located at the same position or a genetic locus on a chromosomes. Chromosomes are present in the cells. The tongue rolling gene comes in two forms. One that lets you roll your tongue and other that doesn't let you roll your tongue. If you have a version of tongue rolling gene that lets you roll your tongue, then you will be able to roll your tongue. If you don't have the gene that will let you roll your tongue, then you won't be able to roll your tongue. So when you were going to my hypothesis, there was a question like, what is the genotype for tongue rolling? Which gene is responsible for tongue rolling? A person with the RR genotype, the tongue rolling will be able to roll his or her tongue because he or she has the dominant allele that allows tongue rolling. So tongue rolling is his or her phenotype. So the results of my study. This study reported a higher incidence of tongue rollers, which is 59.7% than non-rollers. For instance, in India, researchers had reported a range from 28.5% to 97.7% of incidence of rollers. Similarly, in the study, the incidence of tongue folders was 79.2, was higher than that of non-folders. In the study, you can also see that the tongue for rollers was higher in females, but rather than males, but the difference was not significant. During my study, I found out that the females were major in rolling their tongue, but the gender doesn't play anywhere in tongue rolling and tongue folding. It depends on his or her genotype. No significant difference tongue rolling. No significant differences between the tongue rolling with respect to the gender. This implied that the ability to roll the tongue is the independent on each of their character. The dominance demonstrated in tongue rolling or folding cannot be described as a simple one gene. Two allele genetic character with the rolling allele completely dominant over non-folding and non-rolling to become a non-roller or to become a tongue folder or a tongue roller. Rollers and the previous slide, please. Rollers and folders were the highest were the rollers and non-folders R plus F minus were the least in the study population. So the conclusion, the study shows that both tongue rollers and the tongue folders are two distinct traits with folding and rolling dominant to non-folding and non-rolling respectively. There's an association between tongue rollers and tongue folders. Tongue rollers are more likely to be tongue folders. The marked variation in the expression of these traits from one population to another is a pointer to the fact that they are influenced by both genetic and environment. So the above research and evidence prove that any effect of the gene is not visible until and unless it is stripped off in one form or the other by the environment. Next, please. Jazakallahu khairan. Thank you.
Very good presentation, Rita.
Thank you, sir.
Very good, nice presentation. Tell me, Rita, have you done
Yes.
any statistical analysis on your data?
Yes, sir.
What statistics analysis you did?
So when I was surveying my participants, my classmates, my friends, my teachers, everyone, I took the data, which was 144 participants in total.
I'm asking about a statistical analysis. Did you perform any statistics on this analysis? Any calculation or estimation?
No, I didn't prepare any estimation. I just, in the total, I made a percentage of how many can do it.
Did you perform any chi-square analysis on this?
Yes, sir.
That's what
Yes.
I am asking about.
Okay. Data were they were like using the chi-square X2 test. I did it.
For what purpose we do this chi-square test? Can you please tell me?
Not sure exactly.
Who performed this chi-square test?
I did it by my own. I just surveyed the participants, and in total, I made the pie chart. I didn't do anything like
Did you perform this chi-square test? What you have mentioned in the methodology?
no.
Okay, leave that. And did you come across any clover type in your population study?
Yes, only one of them can do it.
Can you show
I
me that?
hardly couldn't find that.
Did you took any photograph of that?
No, the participant was not ready to send the photograph. So I couldn't do anything.
Okay, okay, dear. Over to Zweb. Is Zweb?
Yeah, Deepa. So you've done nice presentation, nice,
Thank you.
nice work also, experiment. So I wanted to ask you, you were telling that tongue rolling and tongue folding is a combination of genetics and environment. So do you think that anybody who's not a tongue roller, with training, they can be converted to a tongue roller?
No, sir. It depends on the genotype. If like they have the gene that lets them roll their tongue, they will be able to roll their tongue. Or else due to training and all, they won't be able to roll or fold their tongue.
Okay. Conversely, do you also think that somebody who's having the gene cannot roll their tongue because they have not tried it?
No, sir. During my survey, whoever I surveyed, everyone were able to do it. Only few were not able to do it. I don't think that case is possible because if they had that type of gene, they will obviously be able to do it, according to me.
Okay. And how did you guess that the gene is dominant? Did
Uh,
you go through any literature or?
Yes, sir. I went through so many websites where it was like the tongue rolling is a dominant genetic character. It's not a recessive genetic character.
Okay. Okay, good. And what is the future scope for this?
The future scope is that, like we didn't know. I didn't never knew about so much about this tongue rolling and tongue folding. So it is to prove that any genetic character is not able to come out until and unless you prove or research about it.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
All the best, Adiba. Sorry,
Thank you, sir.
Adrida, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Hasina from Sana Model School with ID JLSA034.
Assalamu alaikum and a very, very good morning to everyone. Myself Hasina from grade 9 from Sana Model School. My project is connected to life science, which is to identify the role of emotion and general intelligence in people. It also includes human psychology and logical thinking. So my project is EQ versus IQ, which is more common in people. My aim of the study is to identify which among IQ and EQ is more found higher levels in people. It also includes that it also to determine which is more habitual and well established in people. Before going into my hypothesis, let me tell you what IQ and EQ is exactly means. IQ is nothing but intelligence quotient, which is an ability to learn something and to apply the information you have learned into problem solving. For example, we learn math formulas, and if we are able to apply the formulas in the problem solving and get the right answer, and fortunately, we have a good IQ. Similarly, EQ is nothing but emotional intelligence. It is an ability to recognize our own emotion, to handle our own emotions, being able to say no when it is needed to, being able to accept criticism and responsibility, being able to move on after making a mistake. These are the characteristics of emotional intelligence. And now, my hypothesis of this project is the intelligence type IQ more prevalent in people, or is it EQ, which is more common and well established in people? To find this out, the procedure took place was there were two levels of survey which took place. The first level was asking participants individually the questions based on IQ and EQ. That was the first level. And the second level was Number of participants were asked to assemble in a room and they were given some times to get themselves comfortable. And in the next few minutes, the session started where the questionnaires were displayed on the board and the participants were given with the sheets to write their answers. The participants were not allowed to share or discuss their scripts with anyone, and the participants were given about 30 to 40 minutes to complete the survey. This is how the survey went, and the answers submitted by the participants are here. These are the scripts submitted by the participants, and by this, the results was being analyzed. Can you change the slides, please? This is a bar graph which shows the survey conducted from the first level of survey, which is the representation where IQ is the number of correct answers given in the IQ based question is represented here in green color, and the number of correct answers given by the participants in EQ based question is given here. So in which you can see that EQ is leading than intelligence quotient. In the next bar graph, which shows the number of discoveries which was made in the first level of survey. That is, there were many different types of people found. That is, people found with same level of IQ and EQ, people found with high IQ and low EQ, and again there were many people found with more EQ and low IQ. Similarly, this is a bar graph which represents the second type of survey which was taken in the class, in which each participant's correct answer in EQ and IQ is being represented, where the blue line determines the correct answers given in IQ, and the orange line determines the correct answers given in EQ. Similarly, again, this is the participants' correct answers given in IQ and EQ. Here comes the pie chart, which is derived from both the surveys taken from the participants. That is, in which you can see that 65% of the people are higher in emotional intelligence than in intelligence quotient. These are the photographs which were taken while doing the survey in the classroom. Thus, my result is that emotional intelligence was found higher in people. One of the main reasons why emotional intelligence was found higher in people is because emotional intelligence is an ability which has nothing to do with education. For example, whereas in intelligence quotient, that is IQ, it is completely based on one person's education. If a person is educated, and obviously his IQ level would be high or moderate, but never be low. Whereas if a person is not educated, his IQ level might be moderate or low, but never be high. But when it comes to emotional intelligence, it matters only with emotions. Everybody in this world has emotions. When if a person's emotional intelligence is how means, like if a person has his IQ, if a person is really good at handling his emotion, then obviously if he's educated or not educated, he is good at EQ. And many researchers have proven that EQ, the person who are really good at EQ are more likely to succeed in their life than those with people with high IQ. Similarly, people with high IQ are good at problem solving and academic abilities. But when it comes to interacting with people, they lack confidence and they seem to be introverted. One of the best examples of those with high EQ in this world is that Mother Teresa. She had incredible EQ level where she managed all the situations she faced and being celebrated as the mother for the whole nation. Similarly, one of the best example of those with high IQ in this world is Albert Einstein. He had an incredible IQ level, but when it comes to EQ, his EQ level was not comparatively higher than IQ. As my conclusion of my project is that my hypothesis was which among IQ and EQ is more prevalent in people. Thus, for the answer for this question raised by the hypothesis is emotional intelligence was found in higher levels in people and also widespread in people. Thank you.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Hasina, tell me, how many participants were there in this experiment in your project?
In the first level of survey, it was about 10 to 15 participants, and the second level of survey, it was about 20 participants.
What is 10 to 15? Is it 10 or 15?
13 correct participants in the first procedure,
Exactly.
first survey.
13 participants were there, and how many questions were there on this to test the IQ or EQ?
5 questions in EQ and 5 questions in IQ.
Don't you think only 5 questions is not sufficient? Because if they give a wrong answer for a wrong reply for even one single question, it matters 20% of their scoring.
As the time was less, I managed to do with only 5 questions. That's why.
How did you choose these questions?
Actually, I searched many websites of the questions and I pulled out each one question from each and I jumbled together.
So what do you say? A person should have a high EQ or high IQ?
It is important for a person to have a high EQ because it is like if a person, even if a person doesn't have high IQ, he can be successful in his life if he has high EQ. With only intelligence quotient, that is IQ, a person can only be good at academic abilities like logical thinking and can solve problems easily. But if a person, if he is really good at EQ, then whatever situation he faces, he can take a real good decision in his own.
Does it mean that you don't need to have IQ? You should have only EQ?
No, it doesn't mean like that. Having good IQ is also really important, but when it comes to EQ, emotional intelligence is really more important than intelligence quotient to have a successful life.
So there should be a balance between them, EQ as well as IQ. A person should have both of it. There is a balance to be there. Does it mean like that?
Yeah.
So,
even if a person has a low IQ, it is okay, but low EQ means he might face some problems like he might not get along with people easily, and yeah.
What? Okay, Zoe, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Very nice.
Okay, Hasina. So you've done some interesting work. This comparison between IQ and EQ, I find very interesting. Okay, in your work, did you find that there is any relationship between IQ and EQ? If IQ is high, EQ will be low or anything like that, any relationship like that?
Relationship is not found. IQ is something that is really related to academic abilities. Like as I said, if a person has high IQ, he might be good at problem solving and logical thinking. But EQ is completely different, which is totally about his emotion, the way the people handle the emotion in certain situations. So there is no connection between all.
Okay, and one more thing. What was that connection you told between EQ and being introvert?
Yeah, I said like people with high IQ might be good at logical thinking, but when it comes to interacting with people, if he doesn't have high EQ, he might be introvert and he might not be able to open to anyone.
Did you find
Not
any?
easily get along.
Did you find any such case in your experiments?
Yeah, like few people who were not really good at EQ, were type of silent person and not getting along with people. Yeah, like 3 to 4 people were found in my experiment.
Okay. Okay, nice. Good. Wish you all the best. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alina Mariam from Sana Model School with ID JLSA036.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Please continue.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Alina Mariam of Sana Model School. My topic for the science fair is Identify the most effective pesticide against housefly. Pesticides can help prevent the spread of diseases from pests, but for example, rats can carry the bubonic plague, while mosquitoes can spread malaria, etc. Chemical pesticides have disadvantages and can cause other diseases. Exposure to chemicals can cause diseases like mild skin irritation, birth defects, tumors, blood and nerve disorders, coma, or death. I came across a news article which talked about the effect of locusts on crops. Then I started thinking that we use chemical insecticides to control locusts, which could cause harm to humans and environment. So I was wondering if we could use a natural insecticide as an alternative. So I wanted to carry out this experiment to find out the effectiveness, but due to lockdown, I couldn't get the locusts, so I changed my experiment variable to a housefly. My hypothesis is will natural insecticide help to kill houseflies. The independent variable I used is pesticides, and the dependent variable was the death of the housefly. I took 4 boxes with houseflies in each. In the first one, I sprayed cypermethrin, a chemical insecticide. In the second box, I sprayed neem oil. In the third box, I sprayed Valken, another chemical insecticide. And in the fourth, I sprayed a mixture of all 3. As you can see from the data, the mixture of all 3 chemicals was the most effective, and the second most effective was the one with the neem oil. Neem oil is safe to use around pets and wildlife. It is organic and biodegradable. It can get rid of over 200 species of insects like mites, scale, leafhoppers, caterpillars, whiteflies, etc. There are more disadvantages of chemical pesticides. So we must stop using these pesticides before it is too late. I hope we can use the information gathered from my experiment to benefit society by keeping insects at a minimum while minimizing pollution to the environment. I want to do this experiment with locusts, but because of unavailability, I had to change it to housefly. Inshallah, in future, if I get an opportunity, I will try this with locusts and also try other natural insecticides other than neem oil. Jazakallah.
Very nice presentation, Alina. Very nice presentation. Alina,
Yes.
please tell me what are the disease caused by this housefly?
Diarrhea, common fever, and other disease.
Okay. How many houseflies? How many houseflies did you introduce in each container?
5. I use 5 houseflies in each container, sir.
5 houseflies in each container. What is the dose you gave? Amount of pesticide you used for each container, and what was the how many dose you gave, and how long you gave for how many days?
I used 1 gram of each pesticide in it died in few minutes, and we use. Okay. I use 1 spray for everything, 1 spray each for the boxes, and I put holes in the cap so I put the fly would to use the spray.
Where did you got this flies, dear?
It was very hard to catch the fly. I used like I lured it with food items, and when it came to eat it, I closed it in the box.
In which month did you catch these house flies?
This month, yes, sir.
This month, you mean to say during January, February, you did this experiment?
10 days ago.
10 days ago. Very nice, very nice. Good. Zoeb, please, Zoeb. All the best, all the best.
Jazakallah.
Wait. Let the other judge ask any questions.
So Alina, you have done nice work. Experiment wise also it was nice. So again, one more time, tell me how many boxes were there? How many boxes?
I used 4 boxes each, sir.
Okay. One was control and the 3 were experiments, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what do you think is better between chemical and natural?
Natural insecticide is better, sir. Like, because it is more effective, and if we use a mixture also, the effects of the chemical insecticide will be reduced, and it won't harm as much.
So in the future, can you try with more natural insecticides?
Yes, sir. If I get an opportunity, I will try it with the onion and garlic spray, tomato spray, and pepper spray, sir.
Inshallah. Okay, very nice work you've done. Thank you.
Jazakallah.
Next, we have Zainab from Peace Academy with ID JLS A044.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Zainab and I am studying in grade 9 Peace Academy. Chennai is one of the metropolitan cities where there is limited space for us to grow plants. In my previous house, I had an extensive garden where I would grow dozens of plants. Unfortunately, I had shifted to a new apartment recently where there is space constriction. Due to space constriction, my hobby of gardening was denied. That's when I realized other citizens like me share the same plight. So I investigated, and while researching, I came on hydroponics. So hydroponics is the growth of plants using water without soil within a controlled environment. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Surah Qaf, verse number 9, and we sent down blessed rain from the sky, then we produced there with gardens and grains that are reaped. So I got excited and I thought that I would do my project as organic microgreens using hydroponics. So we can do hydroponics in a cost-efficient way using the open system method with wastewater from the kitchen. For this experiment, first I took 3 plastic trays, and in the first tray I added eggshell infused water. In the second tray I added rice infused water, and in the third tray I added dal infused water. Then I took 3 cups for each tray and added holes at the bottom of the cups and hot glued it to the walls of the tray. I used germinated seeds, and for germinating the seeds, it totally took 3 days. For the first day, I soaked it in water. After 24 hours, I drained the water and I closed it with a damp cloth. And after 2 days, the seeds got germinated and I used it. So after putting the seeds in the cups, I took my trays to the terrace for maximum sunlight. I also had another tray with plain water as my control. So I went every day to the terrace and observed. After observing for 5 days, my conclusion is that fenugreek and mustard didn't grow well due to lack of nutrients. And moong dal grew very well in rice water infusion than in action water infusion or dal water infusion. In the future, inshallah, I will try to grow different varieties of plants in rice water infusion, which can be applied in every household. Jazakallahu khairan.
Very good presentation, Zainab. Zainab, can you please scroll down the screen to the methodology? Yeah. Yes. In this, you have mentioned that you have added pH balanced water. What does it mean?
So I used common water for like the pH was same in for all the waters.
What
Like
was
by using the plain water, I did that.
what was the pH of those water? Did you check the pH?
I didn't check. I didn't have the papers, so due to lockdown reasons, I couldn't.
Mhm. Did you change the water during the experiment, or the water remains same throughout the experiment?
I added water to the trays.
You added how much the quantity of water you added, or did you measure the amount of seeds germinating before going for germination of these seeds?
No, I didn't.
You didn't measure the quantity of seeds.
No.
Did you repeated these experiments?
No, I didn't repeat the experiments.
Okay. Zed, please, Zed.
Yeah. So Zainab, we have done a nice experiment. One question is, tell me what was the contents inside your container. I'm not talking about the tray, just inside that box. Apart from the seed, what was there?
Rice infused water, eggshell infused water, and dal infused
Was
water.
it inside the container or was it inside the tray?
It was inside the tray.
Okay. So your box was containing only the seeds, right?
Yeah, the cups were containing only the seeds.
Okay. So basically you have produced sprouts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, what is the definition of microgreen? What do you mean by microgreen?
It's basically like small plants.
Yeah.
That can grow in any condition, almost any condition.
So have you done, maybe have you seen any products in the market which are microgreen?
No, I haven't.
Okay, fine. Do you know about any nutritional advantage of microgreens?
No.
Okay, so you've done good work. Microgreens is actually a very nice topic to research, and it's a good selling product in the market also. So probably in the future, you can do a bit of a study in that area also, like
Inshallah.
market study and nutritional study. So you have nice scope in the future. So inshallah, I wish you all the best for your future work. Please continue.
Jazakallah.
All the best, Zainab. All the best. Thank you.
Next, we have Appa Pillai Dania Mizan from Peace Academy with JLS 80646 as the code.
Respected judges and dear viewers, I greet you all with the Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dania Mizan and I am studying in Peace Academy grade 9. Let me start with a well-known fact. In recent times, a huge variety of toothpaste are available at any market. Now, can you please think of how often you visit the dentist? Probably twice or thrice a year, which proves that dental diseases are still running rampant all over the world, from the young to the old. This can be avoided if we were to use a more effective dentifrice. Thus, I was inspired to do a project that is aimed at enhancing an existing tooth powder by adding miswak and black seed. The selection of these two items as my main ingredients is due to the Prophet Muhammad about black seed. Use black seed regularly, for it is a cure from all diseases except death. I was astonished to find that everyday spices such as clove powder, cinnamon powder, and pepper powder can be turned into an effective dentifrice, as most commercial toothpaste use substances that are hard to find, chemicals, and expensive ingredients, whereas the herbal dentifrice I chose is pocket-friendly, easily available, and effective. When I started researching for my project, I found out that the composition of an eggshell is similar to that of a tooth. And so I decided to use the eggshell for my project. I began the project by boiling 30 eggs and placing 10 of them each in one bucket of 2 liters of Fanta, 2 liters of chocolate mixture, and 2 liters of coffee mixture. I left the eggs to stain for 24 hours. The next day, I began to make the dentifrice. I bought all the ingredients and measured the correct formulation and mixed it all up. I added a few drops of water to make it a paste. Finally, it was time to remove the eggs from the staining agents. I collected photographs for the data. Next, I began to brush the eggs in Fanta stain for 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, 120 seconds, and 150 seconds for test 1, and then repeated the experiment for test 2. After that, I did control, where I brushed the Fanta stained eggs with only the toothbrush without using the dentifrice. I collected all of this data in tables and prepared graphs to compare the data. The results showed that most of the stains in the eggs were almost removed within 30 to 90 seconds in test 1 and test 2, whereas in control, the stains were lessened after 90 seconds but were not removed. In a nutshell, my hypothesis was proved as the stains in test 1 and test 2 were completely removed after 150 seconds. In the future, I would like to further my project by researching more about microorganisms in the mouth, comparing my dentifrice with other toothpastes, and finding out if my dentifrice works against stronger stains. Jazakallahu khairan.
Very good presentation, Dania Mizan. Dania, I have one simple question for you. Are you, is I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Even after knowing this miswak is very good, it is a sunnah to follow. Why people don't use miswak? What do you think? In your personal opinion?
It's not common because we have the commercial toothpaste, and it is not very common knowledge that miswak has special effects.
Tell me, what is the major cause for this tooth stains?
It can be caused by having cold drinks, and not brushing your teeth can also lead to this when you leave the stains on for too long after eating.
In future, what do you like to do with this work?
Can you
How you are
repeat the-
going to contribute to the society?
Yes, I'd like to find out if my toothpaste is then effective against is better than other toothpaste, and whether I can make it available for commercial use.
You would like to go for as an entrepreneurship. Good.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Zia, over to Zia, please.
Okay, so very nice comparative study you have done. You have created your own herbal dentifrice, basically. So my question was, when you created it, did you create it with only one composition, or did you check various compositions?
No,
Your herbal.
for my first project, I used only one composition and checked whether miswak and black seed can increase the efficiency.
Okay, so you have tried only one composition.
Yes, so far. In future,
Do
I
you
would
think
like
if we vary the composition, it will be better?
yes, in future, I'd like to further my project by doing that.
Inshallah, inshallah. And what was the composition again? Percentage?
I've given the grams for all of them in this table.
Okay. Okay, so do you think that herbal composition will be better than chemical composition?
Yes, because herbal toothpaste is not, it cannot have adverse effects even on children, because usually children have the tendency to swallow the toothpaste. Even if you swallow herbal toothpaste, it will not harm you. And miswak and black seed might have a wrong effect if used with chemicals. So I chose herbal dentifrice.
Okay. And one last question, what was the cost of making this?
Most of the ingredients, all of the ingredients came up to around 100. And most of them was available in the house already, so it was cost effective.
Okay, good. Nice work you've done. I think you have good scope in the future also. I wish you all the best. Nice work. Please continue.
All the best, Dhania. Thank you.
Next, we have K.S. Razina Hazen from Sana Model School with ID JLS A052.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Razina Hazin, class 9A from Sana School. My topic is, does gender affect preferences for toys? It is generally recognized that there are gender-related differences in children's toy preferences. When only dolls and vehicles are considered, within sex differences were even larger and of comparable size for boys and girls. Gender-related toy preferences and their origin and development remain a controversial topic. Toys might influence children's development of social and spatial skills or signal later developmental changes such as aggressive behavior. The main aim of this experiment is to find out the real preference of kids. The main aim of this experiment is to find out the real preference of kids. All of us would have probably seen children playing, and we would probably conclude that boys and girls prefer different toys. For instance, some researchers have investigated the impact of
of toy preference according to the color of the toy. Thus, my hypothesis is that color doesn't matter. The preference might change with age also. The procedure of this experiment is to take children below 2 years, categorize them into 3 categories, that is 5 to 11 months, 11 to 18 months, and 18 to 24 months. To find out their preference, 2 toys were kept in front of them, and I made sure that there is no parent beside them, so that they will take their real preference. Remarkably, I got 0, 1, and 1 child respectively who supported my hypothesis that color does not matter. We found a fact that toys are fixed through research and child's gender-related toy preferences. Children showed large and reliable preferences for toys that were related to their own gender. Thus, according to my research, gender-related toy preferences may be considered a well-established finding. Thus, I conclude that forced choice method shows larger difference in kids selecting the toys they want. In the future, I will try to take teenagers as my people to survey, and I'll take brands as the parameter. For my acknowledgement, all thanks and praise be to Allah. I would like to express my special thanks to Miss Surwat Zabin and Miss Samira. Secondly, I would like to thank my parents and my friends to help me finalize this project. That's
Very good presentation, dear Razina. Razina, can you please tell me how many participants were there in your experiment or in project?
Sir, totally there were 15 participants, 5 for each category.
So the population size or sample size you have taken is 15 and 5 in each category.
Yes, sir.
Did you saw any differences or gender specificity for color? Because usually boys goes for a blue color and girls go for a pink color. You come across a pink color toothbrush for them, some kind of things.
Yes, sir. In this photograph, we can see that this is a 16-month-old girl, and instead of selecting the pink color Barbie doll, she went for the red car.
Okay. Is there any specificity of gender specificity for size of the toy?
No, sir. I have not taken size as my parameter in this research. Inshallah, I'll try to do it in the future.
How many toys did you use for each?
I used totally 4 toys for all the kids, sir. It was these 4.
4 toys you used totally. 2 for boys, gender specificity showing, and 2 for the girls. Is it like that or something else?
No, sir. I had a neutral colored toy car that is red color, and I had a pink Barbie doll. And in here I had a suitcase. Normally, suitcase are used by boys. So a boy toy in pink color and a blue car, sir.
Blue car. Okay. What you would like to do with this study? What you say? What is the conclusion? Without looking at the report, you tell me.
Sir, I think it is a forced choice, forced method, sir, because from our birth, parents bias things associated with our gender, and we totally get adapted to it as we grow.
So you mean to say that involuntarily we are imposing them to choose the toys?
Yes, sir.
Gender specific toys. If they given choice, they may select their own toys and they will select. They will not be specific to gender.
Yes,
Does it
sir.
mean like that?
Yes, sir. It can be said as indirect forcing method or something.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Very nice interpretation of your response. Sir,
Thank you.
please, sir. All the best, dear. All the best.
Rajina, you've done a nice work. Very nice experiment you've done in child studies. So where did you get this idea from? It's a very nice idea.
Sir, I had this thought in my mind that um, there is discrimination of boys and girls in our society, sir. So when I saw my sisters and brothers playing with toys, I saw that they were like, "This is my toy. This is your toy. It's in blue and it's in pink." So that is how I thought of.
Okay, so and I feel you've in the choice of toys. You said you have given only 4 toys, right?
Yes, sir.
4 toys were given to each child, or
Sir, no, sir. Totally, I used 4 toys, sir. For some children, I gave these 2 toys, and for some children, I gave these 2 toys.
okay, so each child got only 2 choice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so don't you think if it is only 2 toys, the choice is very less?
Yes, sir. But to find out the very accurate preference, that is why I used 2 toys.
Okay, nice.
Thank you, sir.
So in the future, inshallah, I think you can take it to a bigger scale, this project. It's a very nice idea.
Sir, inshallah. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Inshallah. Okay, I wish you all the best.
Jazakallah.
Next, we have Akshaya T from Fatima CSS School with ID JLS A055.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am Akshaya, studying 9th standard in Fatima Central Senior Secondary School. My topic is effect of music on diabetic, asthmatic, and heart patients. My aim is I want to analyze how does music affect on human health. Statement of my problem. My question is how does music affect on human health? Hypothesis. I think that rap music would increase the blood pressure of the heart patients. Dependent variable, pulse rate. Independent variable, different types of music. Controlled variable, asthmatic people, diabetic people, and heart patients. Materials required, jazz music, hip hop music, classic music, rap music, and folk music. Mobile phones, headphones, electronic BP machine, dark room volunteers, and observation note. Procedures. First, I want to select volunteers with asthmatic, diabetic, and heart patients. Take them to a dark and silent room. Measure their blood pressure and the pulse rate of each of the volunteers before starting the experiment with the digital BP machine. Volunteers have to be provided with headphones for hearing the music. Ensure that there should not be any distractions for them. Each style of music will be played with the same time. Each style of music will be played with the same intervals. Pulse rate and blood pressure will be noted down for each style of music and tabulated here. Result. Based on this above observation, we can understood that rap and folk music would increase the blood pressure of the heart patients. Conclusion. My hypothesis, rap music would increase the blood pressure of the heart patients have been proved in this research. This would because these two musics make the people more active and enthusiastic comparing to the others. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, Akshaya. Very good presentation. Where did you got this idea of impact of music on the health of the people? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Where did you got this idea?
Sir, this was my own idea.
Okay. Can you please tell me what is the normal range of pulse rate?
Its normal range is above 120.
Are you sure?
70. Above 70 is the normal.
Above
72. Yes, sir.
72?
Yes, sir. 72 is the normal rate.
Exactly 72 is the normal range, you mean to say?
Not exactly, sir. Like 72, 75.
Okay. What is pulse rate? Tell me.
Sir, it is an heartbeat rate.
So you found that it has impact on the music, has impact on the pulse rate of the people, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So can we use this music for? Do you see sometimes when you go to malls or shopping malls or in restaurants or hotels, they play background music.
Yes, sir.
What is the reason for it?
Sir, to make the people more excited, relax, more excited and relaxed.
Okay. How did you choose these people for your experiment or project?
Sir, school staffs, neighbors, and family.
You brought them to your home or took them to their school?
Sir, school staffs we took in the school and some neighbors in home.
Achha. Okay. Zoe, please, Zoe. Well done, Akshaya.
Thank you, sir.
So Akshaya, as sir was telling, you have done an amazing job.
Thank you, sir.
Few questions I had was, so how many participants you had?
15 participants, sir, totally. Each diseases 5.
Okay, so each disease you took 5 volunteers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you find in each disease? For each disease, which music will be better? Suppose
Sir, for diabetic, we can tell that jazz and classic music is good. For everything, these jazz, classic, and hip hop music is good.
So you found that for all of the conditions, jazz music would be better.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And lastly, what will be the future scope for this?
Sir, I will continue my project by testing the effect of sugar level. How is by effect of music on reducing sugar level?
Okay. And one more thing, lastly, you said that you had all the volunteers in a dark and silent room. Why dark? Why was the room dark?
Sir, because there should not be any distractions.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Next we have Muhammad Farhan H from Fatima CSS School, code JLS A059.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Farhan. I'm studying 9th standard section from Fatima Central Senior Secondary School. My topic name is the effect of microwaves on germination of different. By aim to find effects of microwaves on germination of different. Statement of the problem.
Farhan, it is not audible. You are not audible.
My question is, what would be the effect of microwaves on seed germination? Hypothesis.
Farhan, you are not audible, ma.
Good morning. Sorry for. Good morning. My name is Mohammed Farhan. I'm studying 9th standard B section. My topic name is effect of microwaves on germination of different seeds. My aim to find effects of microwaves on different germination of different seeds. My question, what would be the effect of microwaves on seed germination? Hypothesis, listen of study. Independent variable, different types of seeds. Dependent variable, germination of seeds. Control variable, temperature, soil, water. My collection of photographs and materials required. Fenugreek seeds, tomato seeds, radish seeds, bodyguard seeds, bean seeds, 35 pots, soil, microwave oven, microwave cup, microwave container, labels, permanent marker, water. Procedure. Select 5 different seeds, namely fenugreek, tomato, radish, bodyguard, and bean seeds. Take 35 pots as same size. Fill each pot with the same amount of soil. Label 5 pots as control for each seed. Label 15 pots as microwave seeds. Fenugreek, tomato, radish, bodyguard, and bean seeds. Each seed 3 pots. Label another 15 non-microwave seeds respectively. Take few seeds of each type. Place it in a microwave container and expose it for 5 seconds. Sow the microwave seeds with their respective pots. Similarly, sow the non-microwave seeds. Place the pots under sunlight and water them daily. Note down the observations. Observation non-microwave seeds and microwave seeds and microwave seeds. Result and discussion. Based on the above observation, we understand the microwave seeds which germinate faster than the non-microwave seeds. So microwaves can be used for the productivity of the plants. Conclusion. My hypothesis, microwave seeds will germinate quickly has been proved. This is because seed exposed to microwaves has started to germinate first. Thank you.
Well done, Farhan. Well done. Farhan, I have a question for you.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me, Farhan? Dear?
Sir, I can't hear you, sir.
You can hear me now? Farhan?
Sir, I can't hear.
Can you hear me, Farhan, now? Is
Yes,
I
sir.
audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dear, tell me what is microwave?
Microwave, we should keep the
No.
5
I am
different
not
seeds
asking
into
about
microwave
microwave oven. I am asking you what is microwave?
Microwave, feed the seeds 5. Sir, I can't hear you, sir.
What is microwave? What does the microwave oven does?
It is the electromagnetic. It is the electromagnetic waves.
It is an electromagnetic waves. So your microwave oven generates electromagnetic waves, and you introduce these seeds to electromagnetic waves. Okay.
Sir,
where did you got this idea?
Because of comparative of microwave and non-microwave.
That is correct. That is correct. How you got this idea of doing this, taking
That's my
seeds?
own.
Why only microwave? Why not oven, OTG oven, or some kind of frying on the pan?
It will take time.
Okay. So a number of results you saw is a number of replicates you have done very good. Maximum number of replicates you have used for every experiment. So what do you say?
I can't.
Can you hear me now?
No, sir, I can't.
Farhan, is I audible to you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you mean to say that every time we should microwave seeds before the, sowing it in the soil?
Yes, sir.
All the seeds, all the farmers should microwave their seed.
Yes, sir.
Huh? Is it possible?
It take time, sir.
It take time for what?
Micro oven.
Okay. Do you use micro oven at home?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You know, micro ovens are very bad for health. People
No, sir.
started stopping it using.
Yes, sir.
Okay, over to Zoya. Zoya, please, Zoya.
Hi, Farhan. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah. Uh, your experiment work, your comparison, everything is very good. So I wanted to ask, inside the microwave for how many minutes or how many seconds you have kept?
For 5 seconds.
Only
Each
5
seed.
seconds.
Yes,
Each
sir.
seed.
Yes.
Okay. You kept only seed or seed inside any plastic container or
No, sir. Only seed.
only seed you kept?
Yes.
Okay. After keeping the seed inside, you planted in ordinary soil or?
Natural soil, sir. Natural soil.
Okay. Where did you plant? Which place?
In
In your
pot.
school? In your school?
No, sir. In my home.
Okay, in your home. Okay, good. Okay, and tell me what you'll do next in the future with this project. What do you do in the future? Next, what you'll do?
Next time.
Can you use more seeds next time?
I take some more seeds, sir, in future.
Okay, inshallah. Okay, wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Mohammad Zohair from Fatima CSS School, code JLS A061.
Good morning. I am Mohammad Zubair. I am studying 9th standard in Fatima Central Senior Secondary School. My topic, which repels the mosquito most? My aim to find which natural mosquito repellent is more effective. My question, which natural mosquito repellent is more effective? My hypothesis, neem oil will be the more effective than the other natural oil. Define of study, independent variable, natural repellent, dependent variable, repelling mosquito, and control variable, water, alcohol. Material required for my project, eucalyptus oil, neem oil, cinnamon oil, coconut oil, and I took 4 spray bottles which contain 100 ml. And I took rubbing alcohol and distilled water, and I took 4 volunteers and an observation load. Method to make the mosquito repellent. First I put the 40 ml of distilled water in the spray bottle and 25 ml of alcohol and 25 ml of eucalyptus oil. And I take it 10 to 15 times, and I use it the same method to the another 3 oil, cinnamon oil, coconut oil, and eucalyptus oil. Next, I gave to my volunteers. They used it for 10 days and they gave me the result. The results are in the table. Eucalyptus oil shows 70% and cinnamon oil 50%, neem oil 99%, and coconut oil 60%. My result came as neem oil will be the best oil than the other natural oil. And my conclusion came, my hypothesis proved, neem oil will be the more effective than the other natural oil. And I want to continue my project by testing plant extract to the mosquito, repelling mosquito. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed Suhail, for your nice presentation. Suhail, I have a question for you. Is I am audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What is cinnamon oil?
Pacha oil.
Okay. Nice. Very nice. Well done. You have used these oils for as a mosquito repellent.
Yes, sir.
How did you know that this oil repels mosquito? How you quantify
I
the data?
counted the mosquito bites.
How did you quantify it?
Calculating the mosquito bites.
Oh, by calculating the number of mosquitoes bite.
Yes, sir.
Who were there? Your volunteers?
Sir, can't hear you, sir.
On whom you tried this?
Sir, my neighbors and my family.
You sprayed these oils and you exposed them to mosquitoes.
Yes, sir.
And you counted the number of bites they had, mosquito bites.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't you think that it is a very crude method to estimate the efficacy of these oils? They may hit the mosquitoes also. The moment the mosquito comes and sit on them, you don't hit the mosquito.
Yes, sir.
Then
Yes, sir.
okay. From your experiment or project, what do you suggest? Which is best oil? And
Neem oil, sir. Neem oil.
if it is neem oil, what should be the quantity of neem oil? Did you tried any different quantities of neem oil?
No, sir.
Only 25% you have taken, 25% of alcohol and 50 ml of water.
Yes, sir.
You didn't try it for a different level of quantity of neem oil.
No, sir.
Okay. So what do you like to do in the future?
I want to continue my project by testing plant extract to the repelling mosquito. Sir.
Pardon me, I can't get you. Come again.
By testing plant extract to the repelling mosquito. Sir.
Now you will go for a plant extracts, different plant extracts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you will again expose your friends and neighbors to mosquito bites.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please.
Yeah. Hi, Soed. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have done a very nice experiment, and
Thank you, sir.
this one question again. I'm repeating what Sir has asked. Very similar. When you say 99%, you said neem oil 99%, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you know it is 99%?
Comparing the four oils, sir.
Comparing to the oils, it is better. But how did you know that it is that number? Whatever number you are seeing, how did you know it is that
Mosquito
number?
bites.
Okay, so you have counted the mosquito bites.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. And again, as you said, in the future, you will continue with more extracts, right?
Yes, sir.
So you will be needing more volunteers also.
Yes, sir.
Or you'll keep the same volunteers and test them again and again.
I will use the same volunteers and I will add extra volunteers also, sir.
Okay, so you want to add more volunteers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me how many volunteers you've used?
Minimum 10.
For this experiment, how many volunteers?
Sir, I take 4 groups of volunteers and each group contains 3 volunteers.
Okay, so one oil was given to 3 people.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Okay, all the best, Soher. Do well.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gauss Basha from Fatima CSS School, JLS A062.
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Ghosh Vasha. I am studying Fatima Central Senior School. I am studying 9th standard. My topic is to comparative study on effectiveness of energy drink on blood sugar level. My aim is to find which energy drink increase the blood sugar level in human being. My question is which energy drink increase the blood sugar level? My hypothesis: Red Bull will be more increase the blood sugar level. Design of study: independent variable energy drink, the independent variable blood sugar level, controlled variable blood sugar. My material required: Monster, Red Bull, Duke, and Gas Monkey. 4 volunteers of 4 groups. Procedure: select 4 energy drink available in stores: Monster, Duke, Red Bull, and Gas Monkey. Select 4 volunteers each with diabetes. Check the blood sugar level volunteers using the glucometer consuming the energy drink. After note down the blood sugar level, they will be in the respective energy drink and consuming. After 1 hour, the volunteers' sugar will be tested. Note down the observation. Observation are in the tablet. Result and conclusion. Decision. Based on the observation, we understand the Red Bull will be more increased. The comparative Red Bull shows promote effectiveness of increase the blood glucose level. My hypothesis: Red Bull will be more increased have proved since all energy drink effect, but Red Bull will be deemed than the others. Thank you.
Very good presentation, Gauss Basha. This is Naveed here. Gauss Basha, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Gauss Basha. You have checked the level of glucose in your volunteers before and after
Yes, sir.
drinking these beverages, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
What is the level of sugar present in that drinks? Did you saw the ingredients?
Yes, sir.
In which beverage the maximum sugar was there?
Red Bull, sir.
No, I am not. What I'm asking is, did you saw the ingredients in the bottle?
Yes, sir.
So what is the amount of sugar present in that cans?
82.
82 grams. 82 grams of sugar was present in one can, each can. You mean to say?
Sorry, sir. 10.
Acha, leave it. How did you check the glucose level?
In sugar machine, sir. Glucometer.
Oh, you used glucometer.
Yes, sir.
Did you use same needles for every patient, or you used different needles for?
No, sir. No, sir. Different, sir.
Different needles for each patient. Each people.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Very good. So, what is the age group you have selected for these volunteers?
Above 18, sir.
Above 18 to what maximum age? Who was the age?
30.
30. 18 to 30 you chose?
Yes, sir.
How many people were there?
18, sir.
18. 1-8. So you gave Red Bull to how many?
4.
4 Red Bull, Monster and Duke to 4. Then
yes, sir. Gas Monkey.
Gas Monkey to 4. And what is the control? Did you had any control?
No, sir.
You didn't had any control?
No, sir.
Okay, good. Zia, please.
Okay, Ghosh Basha. Hi, Ghosh.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's an interesting experiment you've done. Okay, for this, where did you get the idea?
My own, sir.
Okay. Anybody was helping you? Anybody was along with you when
yes,
you were
sir.
doing? Who was helping?
My daddy, sir.
Okay. What is your daddy? Any medical or?
Medical, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. These drinks, have you seen that they are having a warning, not suitable for diabetes?
Yes, sir. Avoid to sugar patients, sir.
Yeah, that means those who are having diabetes should not drink this drink. When you
Yes,
gave
sir.
to the volunteers, they are ready to take, or
Yes, sir.
they are ready to
I
take.
asked permission to all volunteers, sir.
Okay, nice. Okay, and lastly, what you will do next after this?
I will be continue my project. Energy drink ORS will be effective.
So you want to compare energy drink and ORS.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Inshallah, I
Okay,
wish
sir.
you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have J. Abhishek from Fatima CSS School with JIS A063.
Hello, sir. I'm Abhishek from Tech in Pharmacy. So my topic is anti-story program. So before going to this project, I would like to say, in this modern lifestyle, people started growing edible plants at home. They use urea and some fertilizers to grow plants. Without that, in this project, I'm going to use some materials which is going to use the plants to grow faster and healthier. So my abstract is, so my aim is to compare and find out the faster and healthier growth of plant in different resources. So my statement of problem is what my question was, which compost yield most, which compost yield faster and healthier growth in plants. So my hypothesis is growth of plant would be faster and healthier while using the mixtures of shell and cocoa in soil. So design of study. If independent variables are types of compost, dependent variables are faster growth in plants, and control variables are temperature, light, and soil. So material required are 3 pots, fermented butter, cocoa peat, eggshell, and soil, and some procedure. So I started my research about in cocoa peat. During the course of research, I found is that cocoa peat is rich. It is a rich resource and it's quite underrated in farming industry. And then I started researching about buttermilk. I came to know that it is the most potent tool which we can use against the fungal infections. So buttermilk also is rich in calcium and phosphorus and some nitrogen. And then in eggshell, I came to know that it is rich in calcium, sodium, and a bit of potassium. So with this ideas, I'm going to compare. I have compared this project. So firstly, I brought all the key materials such as soil, fermented butter, eggshell, and the cocoa peat. So I first filled the pot A with the mixture of buttermilk and cocoa peat, soil, and then pot B with the mixture of cocoa peat and eggshell in soil, and pot C with the mixture of cocoa peat. So the very first day and second day, I couldn't find any changes in the pot. So days passed after 4 to 5 days, I can see some growth of plant. So in the first week of growth, I can find in pot A about 0.8 to 1 inches. In pot B, I can see 1 to 2 inches, and in pot C, I can see 1 inches. So after the days passed and after the final week of my research in fifth week, I can see the growth of plant in pot A about 13 inches, and in pot B about 15.5 to 16 inches, and in pot C about 13 inches. So you can see the pot with the mixture of eggshell and cocoa peat has grown the higher. So my research is based on this observation, we can find that we can understand that the growth of plant will be faster while using mixtures of eggshell and cocoa peat as a base of soil. So my conclusion is my hypothesis: the growth of plant will be faster and healthier while using the mixtures of cocoa peat and eggshell to the soil. Thank you. Thank you.
Abhishek, can you hear me, Abhishek?
Yes, sir.
Abhishek, how did you got this idea of cocoa peat and soil for the combination of these two?
So,
You're not audible. Abhishek, you're not audible.
so I got this idea from from my lessons, and I got some ideas from internet. So people are using urea and some fertilizers to grow, but it costs a higher amount. So I searched in Google so whether I can find the but the cost of it is the regular use. So we can't we can afford it is in homes.
So why you chose buttermilk?
So buttermilk is rich in calcium, hydrogen, and phosphorus. So it will help the plant to grow well and fast.
So what do you say in your words, in your own words? What is the outcome of this project?
So without using urea and fertilizers, we can use the basis as phosphate and efficient soil to grow plant faster and healthier.
Can you specify the amount of eggshell to be used, or we can keep on dumping all the eggshells in the plant?
I use extra in the first week and in 4 weeks.
What is the amount of eggshell you used?
50 grams.
50 grams. 50 grams you use for each pot?
Yes, sir.
What is the amount of buttermilk you used?
Buttermilk about, I just weighed about 2 to 3 grams.
2 to 3 grams. I can't get you.
2 to 3 times.
Okay. Zoe, over to Zoe, please. All the best, dear.
Okay. Hi, Abhishek. Can you hear me? Okay, Abhishek, I have a few questions for you. How many pots were you using? Only 3 pots. Totally, how many pots? Totally, I'm asking.
So I took 3 pots to compare each by using different mixtures.
Okay, so each mixture you have taken 1 pot. Okay, so what was the quantity of, what was the number of seeds or amount of soil, or did you check those variables also?
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat?
Did you check other variables other than your mixture? Number of seeds, number of shoots, number of leaves?
Yeah, I put all three pots, I put the same amount of.
Okay, everything was same amount. So you've used only 3 pots.
Yeah.
And okay, and what is the future of this project? Future.
Yeah, my future enhancement is to grow plants by using eggshells without soil.
Okay, so you want to take it to bigger scale. This one. Okay, all the best. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have S. Shamima from Fatima CSS School with code JLS A067.
Hello, sir. I'm Shamima of class 10 from Fatima Central Senior Secondary School. I have done a project based on studying and comparing the protein and nutritional level in plants, especially in microgreens. So my aim is to study the protein and nutritional level in microgreen plants. For this project, I have taken the 7 samples of microgreens. They are cabbage, cauliflower, broccoli, watercress, pea plant, arugula, and radish. So what are microgreens? Microgreens are generally the vegetable greens that are harvested just after the seed leaves of that microgreens are completely developed. So they also have a highly nutritional supplements in it. And also microgreens are added to the food items to add extra sweetness and spices to the food. So I have chosen this topic because nowadays people after the COVID-19, they are gradually entering into the world of nature. So I thought the people who are maintaining diet would be benefited if they add this microgreens into their diet. It would also help them to reduce and maintain their weight. So these are the 2 observations that I have made after my project was done. So from this table, we can see that pea plant has about 8 grams of protein in it. 1 cup of pea plant, that is about 145 grams. It has 8 grams of protein level in it. But all the other 6 microgreen plants, it has just below 3 grams of protein level in it. So from this, we can conclude that pea plant has high protein and nutritional level in it. So these are the procedures that we need to follow when we are growing the microgreens in our own houses. So first we need to take 7 separate containers covered with aluminum foil. Then we have to put 5 to 6 tissue papers inside those containers. And we have to spread 7 different microgreen seeds in that container. Then we have to sprinkle the water above it. And then what we have to do is we have to close that containers with the help of a wet cloth. Now, at the end of the 7th day, we'll be able to see that the microgreens are completely grown and they are ready to get harvested. Now, after harvesting, what I did was I estimated the protein by using Bradford's assay. And after estimating the protein value, I tabulated this result. So my result after this observation was pea plant has the highest protein and nutritional level in it. And my conclusion is this, and this also helps many people to have a healthy and a happy life. Thank you, sir.
Shamima, can
Yes,
you hear
sir.
me, Shamima? Nice work, Shamima. What work you have done actually?
Sir?
What work you have done?
Estimating the protein and nutritional level in pea plants.
How did you estimate the protein?
Using Bradford's reagent method, sir. Using Bradford's reagent.
Can you tell me the procedure for estimation of protein?
Yes, sir. First, we need to take the extract of all those microgreens, and then we have to centrifuge it for 12,000 RPM at 4 degrees Celsius. And also, we have to take 1.5 muriel of this superintendent, and then we have to transfer it into another test tube. Now, what we have to do is we have to add 5 ml of Bradford's reagent into the test tube. Now, after we have to incubate it for 5 minutes. Then we have to keep that on spectrophotometer, and we have to pass the light of that spectrophotometer at the absorbance of 595 nanometer. Now, after that, we can read this protein level, sir.
So you have this ultra centrifuge with you. Where did you find these facilities? In
Laboratory,
school?
sir.
Do your school
No, sir,
has
my
this?
father's friend has a laboratory.
Okay, it is not done in school, but in your laboratory. So
Yes, sir.
who handled these instruments?
Me and my teacher, sir.
Okay, you went to that laboratory and
Yes, sir.
did the analysis of this nutrition analysis of this food. Very
Yes,
good.
sir. Thank you, sir.
So can you please tell me, you studied only protein content? Why
Yes,
not
sir.
the other nutrients? Did you?
Sir, in future, I'm thinking I can do that, sir.
Okay, okay, nice thing. Nice thing. Zed, please, Zed.
Yeah. Hi, Shamima. Can you hear me?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've done a nice experiment. Can
Thank
tell
you.
me where you got this idea?
Sir, it's my own idea, sir. I thought the people would be benefited when they use microgreens into their daily diet, sir.
Do you use microgreens?
Yes, sir. After this project, I started using microgreens in my own diet, sir.
Okay, so do you think microgreens are better than the fully grown plant?
Yes, sir. because it is easily grown, sir, in our own houses.
Okay. Taste wise, do you think microgreen is better or full plant is better? Taste, which is better?
Taste microgreen is better, sir.
Okay. Okay, nice. And tell me, what is the future scope of this project?
I wanted this to be improved into a large scale, sir, because it will be also a great financial asset to the people who are starting their own business also.
Okay, so by large scale, you mean you want to promote more growing of microgreens?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you think there is any price difference between growing microgreen
Yes, sir.
and?
Each microgreen has different prices, sir.
Okay, compared with the full grown plant, do you feel that there will be any difference?
Yes, sir.
For example, if you're growing Brussels sprouts and if you're growing a cabbage, do you think there will be difference?
Sir?
For example, if you're growing Brussels sprout one side and you're growing a full cabbage one side, do you think there will be difference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Kansa Sadia from MS Creative High School with ID JLS A073.
Yes, can I start? I'm starting. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate and the most merciful, I greet you all with an Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I wish you all a very wonderful evening, a very wonderful morning, tied with care and sealed with prayers. Myself, Mrs. Sadia from MS Creative School, Muradnagar branch. Today, the topic on which I'm going to speak about is iron-free blood for thalassaemic patients. So, by the name of my topic, many questions might have come to your mind, like what is thalassemia and how is iron related to thalassemia? But before answering these questions, let me tell you as to why I chose this particular topic. So, when my biological science teacher was explaining about blood disorder, she also explained me about thalassemia. This disease is genetically inherited from the parent who are thalassemia minor parent to their offspring. The patient affected with this disease should undergo regular blood transfusions and iron chelation therapy for 21 days per month for their entire life, as they don't have any hemoglobin formation genes. As the donor's blood containing iron enters into the patient's body, this iron cannot be dissolved by the blood and hence it will be deposited in the various parts of the body like liver, heart, spleen, bones and pancreas. And from this, the patient will get untreatable diseases like jaundice, thyroid, diabetes mellitus, frequent heart strokes, which might lead to heart attack, resulting in the death of the person. Due to deposition of excess iron in the spleen, there is a necessity to undergo a surgery in order to remove the spleen. This is also called as splenectomy. The normal size of the spleen is approximately 11 centimeters, but the affected spleen enlarges by the size of 15 centimeters to the normal one. So, a question arose in my mind that can we create a blood transfusion filter using nicotine which can minimize the iron level before entering into the patient's body. I approached my science teacher and she helped me in carrying out this project. So first, let me tell you what thalassemia actually is. Thalassemia is an inherited blood disorder that affects the body's ability to produce hemoglobin and red blood cells. This disease is transferred by the parent who are the carrier of this disease. It happens due to either a deletion of a particular key gene fragment or a genetic mutation. There are two types of thalassemia, alpha thalassemia and beta thalassemia. Alpha thalassemia is a disorder in which one of the gene of alpha globin has a mutation or abnormality. And beta thalassemia is a disorder in which the gene of beta globin are infected. And in this patient, RBC genes are also absent. It develops when there is some abnormality in any one of the gene of the blood that involves in the production of hemoglobin, and this is inherited from the parent. If any of the parent has thalassemia, the baby is more likely to develop this disease. As RBC production genes are absent in the patient's body, they need regular transfusions and iron chelation therapy. Iron is a vital mineral that is responsible for the proper functioning of hemoglobin. A normal person needs iron to transport oxygen throughout the blood. In thalassemia major patients receiving regular blood transfusions, iron chelation therapy is essential. Due to inevitable development of iron overload, they take very expensive medicines such as Asonra, Exjade, testosterone injections, Kelfer tablets, etc. Transfusion also accelerates the pace of iron accumulation in the body, resulting in iron overload. And iron is progressively deposited in the parenchymal tissues where it may cause significant toxicity as compared to that within the reticuloendothelial cells. As the iron loading continues, the capacity of serum transferrin, which is the main transport protein of iron, which is helpful in binding and detoxifying iron, may be exceeded. During blood transfusions for a thalassemia major child, it must be filtered in order to remove clots and small clumps of platelets and WBCs that form during collection and storage. So my hypothesis is, can we make a blood transfusion filter that not only filters the blood but also destroys maximum iron level coming from the donor's blood before entering into the patient's body. Through this filter, we can prevent the overload of iron in the patient's body. I want to introduce this medicine called nicotine in the kit. So when the blood passes through the pipe of the kit, this medicine will act on the blood and destroy maximum 5 to 10% of the iron level present in the normal human blood. The materials required for my experiment are nicotine, which is in the tea powder. I took 10 grams of tea powder, which contains nicotine, blood transfusion filter, blood purification machine, and saline. I went to Red Cross Blood Bank along with my teacher, and I spoke to the technician and the Dr. Pichi Reddy and inquired them about this disease. And I also interviewed the patients there and asked them a few questions about their diet, their medicines, etc. So before I used tea powder in my experiment as it contains nicotine. Under the guidance of the lab technicians and the permission from the Dr. Pichi Reddy and the patient's parents, I performed my experiment. Before adding the tea powder, I checked the iron level in the donor's blood, which was approximately 118 grams. So in the IV set, when the blood passes through the filter for purification, I added 10 grams of tea powder, which contains 0.694 new grams of nicotine in it. This nicotine will absorb some amount of iron present in the donor's blood and prevent it from entering into the patient's body. This nicotine absorbs ferric ions, which can cause toxicity due to accumulation in the various parts of the patient's body. After adding the tea powder, when I checked the iron level in the blood received by the patient, it was 10 milligrams less. By using the approximate value of iron in donor's blood is approximately 118 grams in 450 ml of blood. But by using this method, the amount of iron reduced by 10 milligrams. So by this method, we can prevent the overload of iron in the patient's body and reduce the iron level during transfusion. And as tea powder is herbal, it doesn't have any side effects on the patient's body and it is safe for any age patient. Now that we know what thalassemia is and how dangerous this disease is, let me tell you as to how we can prevent the spreading of this disease. Before the marriage, the couples are advised to take a HPLC blood test. High performance lipid chromatography or HPLC is a standard test for getting tested for thalassemia. And to know what traits the couple have. And if one of the parent is normal and the other is thal minor, it is fine to marry. But if both the parents are thal minor, they are advised not to marry, as if they marry and have children, say approximately 4 children, there are 25% chances that the first child is a normal child, but 50% chances that the second and the third child are thal minor, and 75% chances that the fourth child is a thal major, that is, he or she is sure to have beta thalassemia. So let us all join hands and prevent the spreading of this disease by creating awareness. With this, I conclude my project, and let me show you my photo albums. Is the identity card for both the patients who are affected with the thalassemia disease. This is the graph, the amount of iron reduced after using the tea powder. This is the transfusion camp. This is the Dr. Pichi Reddy and with whom I inquired about this disease. This is the pedigree chart, which shows the thalassemia, the patient has thalassemia, or the couple have thalassemia or not.
This is where the patient has undergone splenectomy in order to remove their spleen. Here is my thesis book. And this is my logbook and my observation book where I wrote all my notes during my entire process and carrying out my project. Jazakallah. Do you have any questions?
Very nice presentation, Kansa. Very good. Very good. You have rightly pointed out one
Jazakallah, sir.
problem in the society. Kansa, tell me,
Yes.
why we don't usually go for genetic counseling before marriage? If we do the genetic counseling, it will be better. We elevate most of the genetic diseases.
Yeah, but it's because there's no awareness in the society that how genetic diseases can spread through hereditary, and so they don't have like much awareness in the society, so they don't go usually for these testings. So we must create awareness.
We must create awareness. But most of the families, in our families, we see that in the far related families or very close related families, we see a marriage between cousins. What do you say about this?
Yeah, because of closely related marriages also, this can happen. Some of them are not highly educated and they don't know about this, side effects of these diseases. So they, when they marry, they are most likely to affected by this disease.
So have you gone for any trial before actually going for a clinical trial?
Yes, I went through not trials I saw that in the hospitals many doctors were advising to take tea for the thalassemia patients. So I researched and got to know that it contains nicotine and this nicotine can absorb some of the iron levels. So I thought for testing it on the clinical basis.
Before going for clinical basis, I'm telling you, have you tried on any other animals?
No, because like this thalassemia cannot be spread to the animals.
So directly you did on human beings.
Yeah, because it's herbal, it doesn't have any side effects. So I took the patient's permission from the patient's parents also. These two patients' parents, I took the permission and then I performed my experiment.
Sir, please, nice work.
Yeah, hi, Hansa. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So, you've done only 2 patients, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did the doctor tell you that there might be any side effects or anything after using your filter?
No, sir, because green tea is, black tea is herbal, right? So it doesn't have any side effects on the patient's body.
No, but in terms of nicotine usage?
No, sir, tea powder contains nicotine. So, it's herbal.
Okay. So, according to you, there won't be any side effects.
No, sir. I'm sure of it. There won't be any side effects.
Okay, so have you done the actual work or did someone else do it for you?
No, sir. I only performed this.
Okay, you've done. Mashallah, very good. Okay, yes. And what do you think is the future scope?
I want to create awareness there because this is a very deadly disease and I want to campaign and stuff I want to go to the hospitals and suggest them that the patients who come for test, they should also be getting tested this HPLC test because if they marry father and they will get this type of diseases and it is very deadly. Approximately 2 lakh patients are there now for thalassemia. So I want to create awareness and save the lives of these people.
Okay, when you say 2 lakh people approximately, is it all over India or?
All over the world.
Okay, so do you know of anyone who's having thalassemia?
No, no, not really. Like when I got like these two patients only I know, and some of my in my school, one of the teachers' relative, someone they have it.
So do you think it is a rare condition or is it prevalent very much?
It is bad. It is bad condition. Like it's very bad. No one should be affected with this disease. Actually, this is very deadly and very serious disease.
Yeah, exactly. It is very rare also.
That's
And
very
as you said correctly, there's not much awareness because
yeah.
as you pointed out, there is a lot of marriages happening before the actual diagnosis. So
Yeah.
when you spread awareness, you can try and stop that. So I wish you all the best for the future.
In the hospitals also, they should undergo this whenever the couple come for before marriage, they undergo like a few tests, right? So we need to take this HPLC test, so we can prevent this disease.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Very nice presentation. Wish you
Thank
all
you.
the best.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Muhammad Mehran from Anaikar Oriental Higher Secondary School, code JLSA 153.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is M. Muhammad Mehran. I am studying 9th standard in Anekar Oriental Arabic Higher Secondary School. I am glad to participate National Science Fair competition January 2022. I am junior level. My topic is smoking is injurious to health. What are the similarity between this experiment and what happened lungs? What is tar? What diseases are associated with the accumulation of tar? How does the human body react to the deal with this tar? Does tar is lungs go away? We will see answer to this question with our presentation. Abstract. The risk of lungs cancer is directly related to the content cigarette smoker were divided according to their tar content of the lungs. Low tar 22 milligram per cigarette, medium tar 23 milligram to 28 milligram per cigarette, high tar 29 milligram and above per cigarette. The tendency for the risk of lungs cancer increasing tar content. Next, hypothesis. Hypothesis of this experiment is harmful effects of smoking on lungs is observed during the experiment on the accumulation of tar and nicotine in a tissue paper. And to calculate the amount of tar nicotine accumulation on lungs, the risk of lungs cancer is directly related to the amount of tar and nicotine accumulation. Next, materials required. Plastic bottle with cap, digital weighing machine, tissue paper, cigarette, matchsticks, hollow pen, tape, and rubber band. Next. Procedure. Increase in the weight of tissue paper is directly proportional to the number of cigarettes used. Take a digital weighing machine, note the weight of unused tissue paper, then weight the used tissue paper, the difference from the used tissue paper, unused tissue paper, give the amount of tar accumulate. By repeating demonstration for different number of cigarette, 1 cigarette, 2 cigarette, 3 cigarette, 4 cigarette, 5 cigarettes. Different number of days, 15 days, 30 days, 45 days, 70 days, 90 days. Amount of tar and nicotine accumulation can be observed and calculate using weighing machine accurately. Next. Use tissue paper after experiment. Next. Data. One and 2 cigarettes per day, 3 months, low risk level, and 3 cigarettes risk level, 4 and 5 cigarettes per day, high risk level. I have collected doctor reviews. Graph. This is a low risk level. This is a risk level. This is a high risk level. Next. Interpretational and result. The purpose of this experiment is to create awareness among people how the risks of lungs is directly related to the tar and nicotine content of cigarette. The conclude as the number of cigarette smoking is increases, amount of tar and nicotine accumulation also increases. Next. Conclusion. Tar can form a sticky layer on the inside of lungs. This damages the lungs and may lead to lungs cancer. There is no safe level. Smoking just one cigarette per day over a lifetime can cause a smoking related cancer. Next. Jazakallah khair. Thank you.
Very good presentation, Mehran. Mohammed Mehran, can you hear me, dear?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, Mehran. Tell me, how did you measure this amount of tar in each cigarette?
Tissue paper.
With the help of tissue paper, you have weighed the tissue paper before and after the deposition of tar, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Acha. What is the weighing? Which weighing machine did you use?
It's a brand, sir. Weighing machine.
Weighing machine. What is the range of that weighing machine?
100 gram. 0 to 100 gram.
0 to 100 gram you can weigh in that weighing machine. And what is the error factor in that weighing machine?
What's that?
Error factor.
Plus or minus 2%.
2%. So you can measure micrograms in that machine?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
mg.
Microgram or milligram. Okay, microgram. Acha. Did you find any difference in different brands or length of the cigarettes?
I tend it, sir. Same brand.
You use same brand.
Yes, sir.
So you used filtered cigarette or cigarettes without filter?
Filtered cigarettes, sir.
So after filtration, the deposition of tar is this much quantity, you mean to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. These PET bottles, what is kept behind you, how did you set up this experiment? Can you show me?
Sir.
Yes.
This is bottle, cigarette, matchsticks, tissue paper, tape. I have collected data.
Okay.
Tar and nicotine.
So what do you say? What is the take-up of this project? Take-home message for this project.
Injurious to health.
Cigarette is injurious to health.
The causes cancer related.
You say that one cigarette each day you have only low risk, so you can smoke a cigarette a day.
Yes, sir.
Is it so?
No, sir. Low. Injurious to health.
It is injurious to health. Okay, dear.
Even one cigarette per day.
Yeah,
also
that is what
injurious.
I mean to say. Even single cigarette will reduce your life.
Exactly, sir.
Very good, very good, very good. So you should not smoke. and you should not allow anybody to smoke in your family also and in your friends and relatives.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sure. Thank you, dear. Have a nice day. God bless you.
Thank you. Jazakallah.
Hi,
Sir?
Mehran. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Only. Okay. This was a very good experiment. It is very important to show the result, like what you have shown. Sometimes only telling is not enough. Sometimes you have to show. So it is very important to create awareness about smoking, particularly in the youth. Do you know anybody who smokes?
I know, sir. Lot of people.
Yeah, so I think you can start with them first for awareness. This was a very nice idea you have promoted. Okay, tell me where you got this idea from.
My own idea, sir. I am guided teacher.
Okay, nice, very nice. Do you have any reference or anything? Did you see any advertisement in TV or read in magazine somewhere?
Yes, sir. I see in website, sir.
Okay, so you have the reference.
I have, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, next, what you will do? What you will do in the future? Next project,
I
what
will
you?
expand that awareness, sir.
Okay, you will create more awareness.
Yes, sir.
With the same project, or will you do any modification? Same project you will continue?
I will try to develop, sir.
Okay, inshallah. Very good. Okay, I wish you all the best. Do well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jazakallah, sir.
Next, we have Zinat Mariam from Sana Model School with the code JLS A156.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, Zinat, go ahead.
Yeah. Health is wealth. Henceforth, good food paves way for a better life. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Zinat Mariam from Sana Model School, presenting you all the topic food adulterants and their separation method. Before we move into the interesting part, let me give you an outline about my project title, Adulteration. Adulteration of food is rampant, widespread, and persistent, and hence questions our healthy life goals. Food that contains a poisonous or a deleterious substance is considered adulterated. No laws seem to have worked effectively against this global issue. Awareness and mindfulness alone can help us to some extent. I chose this topic because the main objective of this project is to study some of the common food adulterants present in different foodstuffs. Different experiments are performed to identify the unwanted impurities in foodstuffs and to create awareness. Now arises a question in all of our minds. Is the food we eat pure? Definitely not. Let me quote you some examples. Milk, the nutrition for most of the young and old, is diluted with water to increase its capacity. Those craving for the flavor of black pepper are often ditched with dried papaya seed adulterants. The enhanced color and decreased flavor of red chili suspect it being adulterated with brick powder. Sugar is most likely to be adulterated with chalk powder to improve its color and increase its weight. To check the presence of adulterants, I have chosen a few foodstuffs present in Indian kitchens and used on a daily basis, like turmeric powder, chili powder, and dried black pepper. Here comes the various procedures involved in analyzing the presence of adulterants in different foodstuffs. To check whether red lead salts is mixed with chili powder. To a sample of chili powder, add diluted hydrogen nitrate.
Filter the diluted solution and add 2 drops of potassium iodide in it. Yellow precipitate indicates the presence of adulterant in it. Next, to check whether turmeric powder is adulterated with yellow lead salts. To a sample of turmeric powder, add concentrated hydrochloric acid. Appearance of dark magenta color shows us the presence of yellow lead oxides in it. Next, to check whether chili powder is adulterated with brick powder. In a beaker containing water, add the given amount of chili powder in it. As the brick powder is heavier, it settles at the bottom while the pure ones float over. To check whether black pepper is adulterated with dried papaya seeds. In a beaker containing water, add the given amount of pepper. As the dried papaya seeds are lighter, they float over while the pure ones settle at the bottom. So these are the data which I got by testing the important leading brands, and these are photographs that I got. Now I would like to present you how I checked that turmeric powder contains yellow lead salts in it.
Your voice is not audible, Ma. You're not audible. Zenith, you're not audible.
Yeah. So this is the most leading brand used in India. So I'm putting a small amount of it and adding hydrochloric acid in it. You can see the dark magenta color appearance in it. So next. So now I'm adding this one. And you can see again. So in this both brands, I have found that it is adulterated with turmeric. It is adulterated with yellow lead salts. Yellow lead salts may cause cancer and lead poisoning. Then arises the question in my mind: what is the Food Safety Department of India doing without checking all these things? I asked my queries to Mr. Sirat sir from the Food Safety Department. He said me lead will be there, but will be there in an edible amount. So in my future enhancement, I will check the concentration of lead in these powders by using spectrophotometer. Then I would also like to check the quality of famous food brands and to create awareness. So I would like to conclude by telling that homemade masalas lack their adulterants, and so avoid using the branded ones as we cannot take any risk in our health aspects. Jazakallahu khairan kasira.
Good, Zenith. You have chosen a very right topic which can be used in the day-to-day life. Is I audible to you?
Yeah, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. So you have chosen different brands. Have you tried with your homemade masalas?
Yeah, I've tried it with that, sir.
What result?
I didn't get any. It's like it was not detectable for me.
Did you try the turmeric at home?
Yeah, I tried it. Can you hear me? Yeah, I tried all those experiments, and in the homemade stuff, it was not detectable, sir.
Okay. So next step will be the amount of adulterants added to this.
By using spectrophotometer.
Spectrophotometry you will be doing. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you find any masalas in the market which is not adulterated, any particular brand?
So I just got the most leading brands used in India, like Achi powder and Shakti powder. I was not able to find any other thing. In my future, I will use more powders and check it out. And I guess it will be there, not in it will be there in an edible amount.
So the slide you showed, which contains the papaya seeds in the pepper.
Do you want me to show it
No,
now?
no, I don't. I saw the seeds. I saw the slide.
Yeah.
Tell me, what will be the effect of these papaya seeds on the health of the individual?
Yeah, these papaya seeds may cause us stomach problems, and it is not good for our health. Stomach problems like stomach disorders and food poisonings.
Zoe, please, sir. Thank you, dear.
Hi,
Yeah,
Zina.
Jazakallah.
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Walaikum assalam.
Yeah. So, nice study you've done. It's actually something which is needed as of now. So food adulterants, I think as a society, we need more awareness about this issue. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So tell me, how many brands had you compared for each?
I used 2 leading brands and 1 homemade one.
2 for everything, even pepper you used only 2.
Pepper, I didn't get any brand, so I used my homemade one and another branded one.
What brand was that?
It was bought from the shop, from the Moonmat shop. It didn't have any brand name in it.
Okay. So you mean, was it like loose pepper or? Because in shops, in many shops, they sell loose pepper also without packaging.
It was packed one, sir. It was a packed one which I bought.
So you bought packed. Okay,
Yeah.
good. And what did you say the future scope?
My future scope is to analyze the intensity of the adulterants present in it by using the spectrophotometer.
Okay, nice. Okay, I wish you all the best.
Jazakallah, sir. And Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Next, we have S. Sibiraj from Fatima CSS School with ID JLS A158.
Hi, my name is Subiraj. I'm studying 10B. My topic is separating my layers of chlorophyll. My aim is to separate the layers of chlorophyll using a process called chromatography. Introduction. Chromatography is a laboratory technique for the separation of a mixture. The mixture is dissolved in a fluid called mobile phase, which carries it through a structure holding another material called stationary phase. My selection of problem and background information. Chromatographic separation process using a solid stationary and fluid mobile phases are frequently applied industrially with a cooperative purpose to isolate and purify specific target criteria and often be met only if chromatographic techniques are applied, as in the field of enantiomer separations. As in analytical chromatography, the basis for every successful preparative chromatographic separation is the proper choice of the chromatographic system, that is the combination of stationary and mobile phases. However, in addition to this selection, it plays an important role how the separation process is carrying out, that is the operating mode. It decides the achievable productivity and yield specific resorbent consumption and thus the economy. My hypothesis: it is difficult to separate chlorophyll using a very basic apparatus. My independent variable is different types of fluids. My dependent variable, separation of chlorophyll. My controlled variables, amount of ethylene alcohol. Materials required for my project: a crusher, 2 toothpicks, filter paper, scissor, pencil, leaves in color red, yellow, and green, 15 ml of ethylene alcohol, cylindrical beaker, test tube, sand, test tube rack, ruler, and plastic wrapper. My experimental procedure: I have cut some spinach leaves into small pieces and I put these leaves in a crusher and crush it nicely. And I add a pinch of sand in it. And I add 10 ml of ethylene alcohol in it. I have poured this mixture on a beaker and I have covered it with a plastic wrapper and I left it for 10 minutes. Cut a thin strip of filter paper roll with a toothpick to make it stand. Put it inside in a test tube. I have taken the filter paper out and mark a centimeter, 1 or 2, and draw a line across it. With another toothpick, I have done take some mixture of spinach and draw a line across the line. I have poured 5 of ethnic alcohol in the test tube. I have left it. I have waited for 20 minutes. I have got after 20 minutes, the paper is taken and out and dried. I have repeated the following steps for the yellow and red leaf respectively. I have recorded my observation. My result: the solution of the leaf, plant pigments, and ethanol alcohol. As the alcohol attains with the paper, it will progress up with the paper. This is due to extraction between molecules in the alcohol and the paper. As the alcohol moves, it will take the dissolved chlorophyll with it. This is the process called chlorophyll chromatography. My conclusion: plant pigments usually B and 3 other pigments. The more pigments they have, the more enabled to absorb light, every light spectrum. My hypothesis was wrong. It is very easy to separate the layers of chlorophyll in leaves. Thank you.
Hi, Sibiraj. Can you hear me, Sibiraj?
Yes, sir.
So what is the outcome of this project?
Separating my layers of chlorophyll.
So what do you gain? What is the knowledge you
I
gain?
get my layers of chlorophyll by using 3 types of leaves.
So what is the outcome? You separated. So with this information, what do you learn?
I want to become a bioanalytical student, botanical student, so I have researched by leaves.
By separating these chlorophylls through chromatography, what information you get?
I have 3 pigments, so I did. So I got.
So can you show me the results?
I don't have any samples, sir.
You don't have any results with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have, but I have done on my laboratory.
Did you took any photographs of that experiment?
Yes, I have done none.
So what is the filter paper you used? Which filter paper you used for this? Do you have any name for this filter paper?
I didn't have any name for filter paper, but I have used the basic of filter paper.
So you would choose 3 different leaves, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
What are the leaves you use? Green leaves, then?
Green leaves, yellow leaves, and red leaves.
Red leaves, from which plant you had?
I didn't pick from any trees, which in down I have picked from down.
You said that how this plant which is having red leaves is able to photosynthesis. Does it has chlorophyll or not? This red plant, red leaf.
Yes, it has chlorophyll.
In which plant you have more amount of chlorophyll?
Green leaf has more chlorophyll.
What do you think? Why this plant should have red leaves?
I just took and saw, so it had chlorophyll.
For the differentiation of color, you choose this.
Yes.
Zoe, please, Zoe.
Okay, hi Sipiraj. Nice work you have done. You have done the colorimetry. The analysis you have done on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Okay, and this red leaves, you said you picked it up from down, right? From the ground.
Yes, sir.
Which area? In your school?
From my school.
Okay. What trees are there in your school?
Mango tree.
Okay, so mango tree is having Only green leaf, or is it also having a red leaf?
Green leaf.
Only green.
Green, yellow leaf. And
Okay. So when it falls down, it is in different color. That is what you are
yes, sir.
saying.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And lastly, what will you do in the future with this project?
I have done small research on my category. When I become when I grow, I will do bigger than this.
Okay. So for now, you have done only 3. Next time, you will do more.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Rakshini P from Fatima CSS School with ID JLSA 159.
Hello, sir. I'm Rakshini of class 10 from Fatima Central Senior Secondary School. My topic is comparative study of various types of sugar. I took this topic because I could see my neighborhood, many of them were diabetic patients, and they don't know to choose what type of sugar is good for their health. My aim is to compare and study about various types of sugar, which is good for health and also which keeps sugar level at control. My abstract to compare the study of various types of sugar like brown sugar, white sugar, jaggery, honey, which is good for health and which keeps our sugar level at control. Level of nutrition, glycemic index, vitamins, minerals, health benefits are also studied and analyzed here. My hypothesis is that honey is the best sugar because it has high nutritional value and also it keeps the sugar level at control. My variables are independent variable is different types of sugar. My dependent variable is level of glycemic index. My control variable is glucometer. My materials required are sugar crystals, white sugar, brown sugar, jaggery, honey, water, black coffee, sugar level testing machine, that is glucometers. And I took 3 types of patients, like diabetic patient with high sugar level, diabetic patient with average sugar level, and then non-diabetic patients. First, I have tested the sugar level before taking any sort of food. And I took a class of black coffee, added some white sugar and gave it to the patients. After an hour, I tested their sugar level and noted their changes. I repeated this procedure with brown sugar, jaggery, and honey. With this, I conclude that here is my data. Diabetic patient with high sugar level, before food it was 165, and with white sugar it was 189, with brown sugar it was 184, with jaggery it was 176, with honey it was 168, and diabetic patient with average sugar level, before food it was 135, with white sugar it was 155, with brown sugar it was 146, with jaggery it was 140, and with honey it was 136. Non-diabetic patient sugar level before food it was 90, with white sugar it was 106, with brown sugar it was 98, with jaggery it was 95, and with honey it was 92. And this is the graphical representation of this data, and these are the images which I took while doing my project. And with this, I conclude that honey is the best sugar because it lowers the blood sugar level and also it prevents the weight gain and weight loss. Thank you.
Hi Rakshini, this is Naveed here. Can you hear me, Rakshini?
Yes, sir.
So you have taken a different sugar and you
Yes,
say
sir.
that honey is the best one.
Yes, sir.
And you know, is there, do you get original honey in the market?
Yeah.
The sugar content of the honey in the market?
Yes, sir.
Which brand did you use?
Dabur.
Dabur contains most of the adulterated honey. Do you know that?
Okay.
Achha. Okay, leave about that. So you tested this jaggery, white sugar, brown sugar, and honey 4 times or 5 types of sugar you tested? How many types?
4 types, sir.
4 types. Okay. Apart from honey, okay, which sugar is better? Honey is the best. Jaggery is the better one. Jaggery, which comes from the sugar cane, or the other one? Panavellam?
From sugar tea.
So, how did you quantify people's with a high blood diabetics or with average diabetic patient? What is the yardstick you used? How did you differentiate them?
Glucometer and
how did you differentiate between a diabetic patient? In the diabetic patient, you have chosen two groups. One is with moderate and the other is with a high diabetic condition. How do you say that?
I tested their sugar level. If they have more than 300, they are diabetic patient with a high sugar level, and below 200, they are having average sugar level.
Average sugar level. Achha. These experiments were done during what time?
Before food, I took 8 o'clock, sir.
In the morning, you go to their homes. On whom did you try this experiment?
With my neighbors.
To your neighbor, you go into morning, early morning, and check the sugar level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many individuals were there in your volunteers were there in this experiment?
3, sir.
3 for high blood sugar, or all put together 3?
All together 3, sir.
So only 3 individuals you tried. One is high, one is medium, the other is non-diabetic.
Yes, sir.
Only 3 individuals, 3 volunteers were there.
Yes, sir.
Zoe, please, Zoe. All the best here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so nice work you've done. A nice comparison. It is shown here. I want to ask, was the sugar branded when you bought the sugar? White sugar, brown sugar, was it any brand?
Yes, sir.
You bought packed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Okay, and what is the future scope? What can you do in the future? You want to become?
Diabologist, sir.
Okay, very nice. Okay, about this project, can you think, do you think if we use other brand of sugar, result will vary?
Yes, sir.
Suppose, for example, if instead of using brand A of white sugar, I use brand B, do you think result will vary?
Yes, sir. It will vary.
Okay. So I wish you all the best. I think you can do some more work also. And you said how many total volunteers?
3, sir.
Totally only 3. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have H. Damim Ansari from Fatima CSS School with code JLSA160.
Good morning. My name is Damim Ansari from 9th standard. Nuts are able to store energy. My aim is this project concerned to find out whether nuts are able to store energy. Given that they are able to, what is the energy storage capacity of different types of nuts? On this experiment, peanut and cashew nuts vary. Abstract nuts are the rich source of vitamins and minerals. The top healthiest nuts, as one is pecans, peanut, cashew nuts, hazelnut, macadamia, and walnut. My hypothesis is that nuts are able to store energy, and my second hypothesis is that the cashew nut will have a higher energy storage capacity than the peanuts. Variables, independent variable. Type of nuts, peanut and cashew nuts. The first dependent variable is the temperature of water. The second dependent variable, weight of the nuts. Controlled variable is the amount of the water is used. And my material required is a packet of peanut, a packet of cashew nuts, a paper clips, a lighter, a pin, a measuring cylinder, a test tubes, 200 ml of water, a digital weighing machine, a stopwatch, and a thermometer. My procedure for this. project is a peanut and a cashew nut are selected. A hole is made on each of the nut using a pin. Procedure 3, mount the nuts on the paper clips through the hole. The nuts are weighed and the measurement is recorded. 2 paper clips are bent as shown in the figure 1 and nuts mounted on them. A test tube filled with 100 grams of water and mounted on a stand as shown in figure. The base of the test tube should be 5 mm above the peanut. The temperature of the water is measured using a thermometer. The peanut is set on a fire using a lighter. Once it starts burning, it is placed below the test tubes and allowed to burn for 1 minute. After 1 minute, the fire is extinguished and the temperature of the water is measured. If there has been an increase, I noted the table below. The peanuts weight is recorded in the table below. The procedure number 4, 5, and 6 and 7 are repeated with the cashew nuts. My result is based on the observation. We can understand that the nuts have the capacity of storing energy. Comparatively, cashew nuts have more energy storage than peanuts. My conclusion is that my hypothesis holds true. The nuts contain the energy storage capacity than the peanuts. We should consider eating nuts instead of drinking coffee or soft drinks when we feel tired. Like such as things, nuts are able to give us energy. However, they are healthier alternative than coffee or soft drinks. In fact, as tasty as other snacks. Thank you.
Tamim Ansari, very nice presentation, Tamim Ansari. You have chosen peanuts and cashew nuts, isn't it? Okay, you say that how you have you are able to measure the amount of energy present in the peanut and the cashew. From where this energy comes from? Basically, energy comes from 3 sources: carbohydrate, protein, and lipids. So what do you think? Which gives more energy?
Protein is more energy, sir.
Protein gives more energy. So you mean say that these nuts has more protein in them when compared to carbohydrate and fats?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
What is the amount of protein is present? Did you check on internet what is the amount of protein present in this peanut and cashew nut?
No, sir.
Amount of fat or carbohydrate present in this?
Fat is more, sir.
Usually you get more energy from fats than protein and carbohydrate. Carbohydrate gives little more energy. Okay, so leave about that. So what is the outcome? What do you suggest? We should eat a peanut or cashew nut? Choose one.
Cashew nut has some more energy, sir, but peanut also we can eat.
Cashew nut is very costly. I cannot afford to buy cashew nut.
Peanut also have, but cashew nut only have a more energy. And also peanut is energy.
Peanut you can buy in it's a cheaper source of energy than cashew nut. Do you agree with me or not? Okay. So how did you got this idea? Who suggested how to check this amount of energy through this procedure?
I am and my guide helps.
You took help from your guide in estimating the amount of energy. So what is how much rise was there in the temperature difference between before and after?
Temperature, peanut is temperature is 2.5, sir, and cashew nut 3.0.
What is this? It is the difference or it is the temperature? Degree centigrade or Fahrenheit?
Temperature.
What is that? Is it
Peanuts,
degree
sir.
centigrade or Fahrenheit?
Degree Celsius.
Degree Celsius. Okay. So there is a difference between 2.5 degrees Celsius before and after the introduction of the peanut.
Yes,
You
sir.
mean to say? So what is the amount of peanut you took for this experiment?
Amount of
Quantity.
one.
One peanut?
No, sir. Like this.
Like this. How many grams?
0.78 grams.
How many grams?
250 grams, sir. But
250 grams you took.
150, sir. I took 10 to 20 peanuts, sir.
What is the amount of cashew nut you took?
That also 10 to 15.
You counted the number of cashew nuts and number of peanuts. Is it so? 20 peanuts and 20 cashew nuts.
10 to 15, sir.
What 10 to 15?
Peanut and cashew nut.
Oh, it is the number which decide. So I can see that with this on the slide which is projected on the screen, cashew nut is little bit in higher quantities when compared to peanuts. So I suggest that this is because of the quantity of the cashew nut. What do you say? Tell me, defend me. You got good energy in cashew nut because you have added more amount of cashew nut.
No, sir. I waited in an equal in range.
Achha. So with this, you say that we should start taking peanuts and cashew nuts for energy supplement as an energy supplement.
Yes, sir.
Tell me honestly one thing.
Yes,
do you carry peanuts in your pocket for energy?
No, sir.
Or cashew nut? Do you like cashew nut?
Yes, sir.
How often you take?
I take 5 daily I eat, sir.
Okay, good. Very nice. Keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you, dear. Let the other judge ask if he has any questions. Okay, stay.
Okay, Tamim, nice experiment you've done. This I wanted to ask, do you know about calories? Calorie?
Yes, sir. It's little bit.
What is calories? Acha, okay, tell me, did you buy a packet or did you buy loose? When you bought the cashew nut and the peanut, was it in packet or was it loose?
In packet, sir.
Okay, in the packet itself, backside it will be written, no? Calorie. So did you compare how much calories in peanuts, how much in cashew nut?
Sir, I compare the calories.
Okay. Okay. And have you actually burned the nuts? Did you burn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've burned and you've seen only the weight difference. Did you find that there is any other difference to burn?
After the difference, sir.
Is there any difference if you burn the nut? What difference? Size is less or what difference did you see?
Weight will be different, sir.
Okay, weight will be different. Anything else?
Weight, color.
Okay, color. See here, you have mentioned calories. What is calories? So next time when you buy nuts, in the packet itself, it will be mentioned how many calories are there. So that will be one way to identify. Next time when you're going to any shop to buy, just see the calories and try to compare yourself. Okay. Okay, so this was a nice project. I wish you all the best.
Next, we have Anila Fatima from MS Creative High School, Tauli Chowki, with code JLS A161.
I'm audible to you, sir?
Yes, dear, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Nina Fatima, studying in class 9 from MS Creative School, Hyderabad, and I'm here to explain my project, Role of Hand Hygiene in Pandemic. So let's start. Selection of the problem. Most nosocomial infections are transmitted through direct contact from hospital staff, inadequately sterilized instruments, aerosol droplets from other inpatients, or even the food or the water provided by the hospital staff. The pathogens responsible for nosocomial infections are bacteria, viruses, and fungi. Some of the most common nosocomial infections are respiratory pneumonia, surgical site infections, and urinary tract infections. Introduction. Nosocomial infections, also known as hospital-acquired infections, are those infections which first appear in 48 hours or after hospital admission or within 30 days after discharge following patient stay. They are unrelated to patients neither present nor intubated at the time of admission. There are several reasons why nosocomial infections are even more alarming in 21st century. These include hospital housing large number of people who are sick and whose immune systems are often in an weak state, increase of outpatient treatment, and many medical procedures that bypass the body's protective natural barriers. Question: does hand hygiene prevent the growth of microorganisms? Effective hand hygiene is essential for reducing the spread of infections. Hypothesis: my hypothesis is to prove that hand hygiene prevents the transmission of germs from one person to another person. Materials required for these experiments are blood agars, petri dishes, incubator, and hands of 20 nurses. Procedure: I have conducted the study in Salama Hospital. I have taken 20 subjects for my experiment. The impression of palm of 20 nurses were taken on sterilized blood agar. The sterilized blood agar was incubated for 48 hours to check for any growth. The same procedure of taking the impression of 20 nurses were taken on sterilized blood agar and was after hand washing and was incubated for 48 hours. Results: before hand hygiene, out of 20 nurses, 12 nurses showed growth of gram positive and gram negative. And after hand hygiene, there was no growth in any of the 20 plates after 48 hours of incubation. My pie chart shows the bacterial growth of effective nurses and non-effective nurses before hand hygiene and after hand hygiene. Conclusion: hand hygiene is very important and crucial because it prevents the transmission of germs and infections from one person to another person. So last but not least, I want to acknowledge to all of my supporters. I owe a debt of gratitude to Dr. Sadia, who's lab in charge of Salama Hospital, and my aunt, Dr. Bushra, from for their cooperation, supervision, and for providing all the necessities for the project. And I'm very grateful to my mother, Aisha Fatima, and my teachers for their relentless support, and thankful to all the people who are responsible for this project. Thank you, sir.
I am also grateful to your presentation, Sadia. Sadia, tell me one thing.
Sir, Anila, not Sadia.
Sorry, Anila, sorry. Anila Fatima, sorry, it's my mistake. I'm very much delighted by your presentation. Anila, how did you measure the infection?
I have identified the infection of gram-positive and gram-negative because
What is gram
gram-positive
positive and what is gram negative?
gram-negative, gram-positive test turns retains crystal violet and pink purple, and gram-negative turns test loses crystal violet and pink red. So I've observed this under microscope.
Have you seen these bacterial colonies in the petri dish?
Yes, sir, I saw that.
You saw that?
Yes, sir.
This hand sanitizer you used, you say that stop transmission of diseases, these bacteria and microorganisms. Can I use soap water washing hand with soap is better?
Yes, sir, it could be better with both the hand sanitizer or hand liquid or washing with soap and water.
Which is better? What do you say? Sanitizer or
I
washing
say
with soap?
I would prefer soap and water.
Soap and water is
And
better. If you are on the go,
sanitizer,
you can use sanitizer. Otherwise, you can stick to soap and water. In which hospital did you make this study?
in Salam Hospital, sir.
So you went and collected samples. How did you collect the samples?
I have been there. I have collected a sample of 20 nurses on sterilized blood agar, and I have kept them in incubator for 48 hours.
How did you collect the sample? The microbial samples.
By the time.
Pardon me?
By the palm impression of 20 nurses on blood agar.
Okay, directly on the blood agar, they will put their palms.
Yeah.
Okay, it is not through swab or any kind of things. That directly you made them, ask them to put their hands on the blood agar and lift their hand. Is it
Yes,
so?
sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Nice work. Nice work. So what is your outcome of your project? What do you say about it? What is the outcome? What is the conclusion? In your own words.
Hand hygiene is very important and crucial because it prevents the transmission of germs and infections from one person to another person.
Hand hygiene is more important. So we say that this immunity, all these things, if you
Yes,
people, yeah, please.
Sir, the main protocol of this pandemic is hand washing, wear masks, and social distancing. So I want to know the significance of the hand washing.
Okay, nice, very nice. Zia, over to you, Zia, please.
Hi, Anila. You've done a nice project, nice comparison. So my question would be, how many samples, how many petri dish did you make?
I've taken 20 samples on 20 petri dishes of nurses of different departments like OP, maternity, and ultrasound department.
Okay. And what did you find in the dish? What was
I
more?
found the bacteria gram positive and gram negative.
Both you saw.
Yes, sir. Mostly they were
Both
gram
you saw
positive.
in one dish, or you saw in separate?
Separate also, sir, but in one dish I saw both of them.
Okay, what do you think was more dominant, gram positive or gram negative?
Okay. Gram positive only.
Okay, nice. And which hospital did you say?
Salama Hospital, sir.
Salam Hospital. You took the samples personally, or somebody else took it for you?
Yes, somebody helped me. The Dr. Sajal, lab in charge of Salama Hospital, helped me in taking the sample.
Okay. And where did you get this idea?
Sir, I got this idea from pandemic earlier, sir, because nowadays there are very cases of pandemic, and we have to wash. And there are many protocols of this pandemic that wash your hands, wear mask, and social distancing. So I want to know why we have to wash your hands, and it could increase the germs after washing hands. If germs could be there or not.
I want to check that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, very nice work you've done. And one more thing, tell me what is the future scope?
Future scope, sir. In future also we have to wash hands only, sir, because it prevents the germs and transmission of germs from one person to another, and it prevents the spread of infection also from
Yeah,
contaminated hands.
exactly. Okay, what will you do in the future? This project, how can you further, what can you make as improvement in this
I
project?
could use many other kinds of sanitizer or hand washes.
Okay, so for this experiment, you used only one. Next time you'll use more.
Okay, I have taken two, one Dettol and one Lysol soap and water.
Okay. So for each sanitizer, you have tested 20 plates, 20
No,
Dettol, 20 Lysol.
no, sir. 10 Dettol and 10 Lysol.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. I wish you all the best. Do well.
Next, we have Saida Jasina Firdaus from MS Creative, Medani Girls, JLS A162 as her code.
Ma'am, I'm audible. Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My dear respected teachers and my dear judges, a very warm morning to all of you. I am Sajjina Firdaus of Class 8 from Administrative School, Midhari branch. I feel lucky to achieve this golden opportunity to stand here in National Science Fair. Introducing my topic, testing if high growth milk powders will really help in growth of height or not. As natural phenomena, to one extent, it is not in control of us. It depends on growth hormone, which work differently in different human bodies. But we are going to test it in a natural way. In art, we might have seen people saying that if our height is not growing, we have to take high growth milk powder so that our height can grow more faster. But can this milk powders can grow our height or not? I got this idea of my project from my cousin, who is facing problem in growth of height. My cousin and her parents is worried about his height. I asked him curiosity what he eats in a day. I got to know that he drinks milk with complex. I took this opportunity and started research on high growth milk powders. I used complex in high growth milk powder, water, milk, healthy milk, and tested on a group of students. Healthy milk provides essential nutrition to our body. By this project, people can be aware of truth, then they can clear the misconception that they have about high growth milk powder that they are giving to their children is useful in their high growth or not. There is no risk in this project and it is safe to be tested. There is no cost in growth hormone and no cost to health. After we tested on a group of students, I came to conclude that the high growth milk powders will not help in growth of height. We have to take milk which contains calcium and proteins in it, and we have to take healthy meals for better improvement in height. Here I end my talk by giving special thanks to all of you for giving me your precious time. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Saida. Yes, Saida Jasina Firdaus.
Yes, sir.
It's good that you say that. What could be the reason for height in children? In your words, tell me.
So actually, the children have to just focus on their height. Like the height plays very important role in life. They have to do physical exercise. They have to eat healthy meal and they have to drink milk. Milk contains lot of vitamins, calcium in it. So they have to drink milk and take healthy, balanced diet daily.
So balance. If I start taking balanced diet and healthy food, I will have a better height. Only balanced food and diet, very good diet.
Sir, it also depends on the age. Like after 30, the height will not grow now.
Acha. Okay. So age is also a factor.
Yeah.
Diet is also a factor. Any other factor? Can you name me?
What's the?
Which impacts the height?
They have to do physical exercise, jumping, racing. They have to not sit simply. They have to take like balanced diet. They have to drink everything. They have to take fruits, vegetables.
Yeah, that is physical exercise, balanced diet, and
fresh fruits, vegetables, cashews, peanuts, eggs.
Do you believe that one more factor is there which causes the height also? Maybe because of this endocrine system. Do you know that? Hormonal defect. Hormones.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hormones also are responsible. And one more reason is one more factor is also there. You know about the hereditary?
No, sir. Yeah.
If the parents are short, yeah, if the
yes,
parents
yes,
are short,
okay.
they will have a shorter sibling.
So the child will also be short as the parents are shorter.
Height is impacted by so many factors. Not only diet is responsible, but the other factors are also responsible. Do you agree with me or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, I totally agree.
Yeah. Next time when you study this kind of project, I request you to see all these factors also, include all these factors also. You can
okay,
check.
sir.
So you are in the result, you saw that there is no impact of these health drinks on the height. Is it so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you judge? How do you know that?
So, I actually tested on a group of students. On a group A, I gave them a healthy meal. On group B, I gave them only healthy meal and milk. On group C, I just gave them healthy meal. So, like the group B was like growing very taller than compared to others. That's because that the group B gets very nutritious food and they get milk. So that's the reason. So just I want to conclude that this high growth milk powder will not help in growth of height.
So you gave all the 3 times food to them?
Yes, sir.
3 times food you gave to them or to your volunteers. How many volunteers were there in this experiment?
What?
How many people were there in this experiment?
4.
All put together 4? Or in group, how many people were there?
In each group 4 were there. The ages was like 11 to 12.
Age is 11 to 12. How do you come across so many people, 11 to 12, or around 12 people you have chosen?
Yes,
where did you got these people?
Some was from my neighbors, and some was from my age friends. So they was agreed with to do this experiment. So I tested on them.
So you brought the food to them, your house, or you took food to them?
I told to their parents, and if if they were not able to do, I was doing to some of them, and I was checking them if they are eating or not. Like.
So what is the duration, time duration of this project? How many days it lasted?
It took me 2 months.
2 months study you did?
Yes, because sometimes the child will not take it took me just 2 months because sometimes it because of some issue the child will not grow.
But 2 months is a very short duration to measure the height, no? Whether they are growing or they are not growing. How do you know?
Sir. I was having less time to check because I was in secondary legal science, so there was only 2 months. So within 2 months, I just do it like.
So next time when you do, will you increase the duration of this project?
Okay, sir.
Okay, nice. Very nice presentation.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
Actually, your title is do height growth milk powder.
Will really work.
But you have not studied with milk powder at all.
What, sir? You
have not studied the impact of milk powder, but you are telling that balanced diet.
Actually, this high growth milk powder will not helping growth of height. That's the this will not helping growth of height. parents should understand. For example, like some parents just totally depend on
No,
the
no.
hydrogen
What I am asking is,
Yeah.
your title is saying that you have taken the milk powder really works,
Yes.
but in your experiment you have not taken it.
Yes, sir. Because I tested like in a group of students, like they after like they did not really work actually. So I have to test that it will work or not.
Okay, okay, fine.
So shall I go on to the next
Yes,
participant?
yes, you can.
Next, we have Momina Usman from GBIISU Golconda with ID JLS A163. ID number A163 from Golconda.
Are you there? ID number 163. Are you there? Are you in the meeting? (165) is available. 163 is not available.
Yes, sir, he's there, but the code he is not mentioned. He's here, Usman.
Usman, you start then.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू। मेरा नाम उस्मान है और मेरा स्कूल का नाम गवर्नमेंट बॉयज हाई स्कूल गोलकुंडा है और मेरे प्रोजेक्ट का नाम इफेक्ट ऑफ बनाना पील एज अ फर्टिलाइजर ऑन द ग्रोथ ऑफ प्लांट। फर्स्ट मैं 3 पॉट्स लिया और उसके अंदर एक में बनाना पील फर्टिलाइजर डाला और एक में टी पाउडर फर्टिलाइजर डाला और एक नॉर्मल छोड़ दिया और उसको 7 डेज तक लीव कर दिया और उसके बाद 7 डेज के बाद उसके अंदर में वीट डाला 3 के अंदर। उसके बाद उसको रोज ऑब्जर्वेशन करा और फोटोग्राफी किया। ये आप देख सकते हैं फर्स्ट दिन के हैं और ये 4 डे के और ये 10 डे के और ये 17 डेज के। बनाना पील फर्टिलाइजर में ग्रोथ ज्यादा है और टी फर्टिलाइजर में भी है लेकिन वो लेंथ में ज्यादा है और ये नॉर्मल में कुछ नॉर्मल तरीके से आप देख सकते हैं कि ये जो है बनाना पील फर्टिलाइजर का है। इसके अंदर एक में से ही 2-3 पत्तियां हैं और ये इसमें भी 1-2 ही है इसके अंदर और ये तो नीचे से पूरा सूख जा रहा आप देख सकते हैं। इसका रिजल्ट में क्लियर नहीं आया था तो मैं और एक भी करके देखा। ये भी बनाना फर्टिलाइजर और ये टी पाउडर का है और ये नॉर्मल है। जब मैं ये पॉट लिया था तो ये सब में छोटा था और ये 2 बड़े थे। जब मैं इसके अंदर फर्टिलाइजर डाला तो सब में बड़ा ही बनाना पील फर्टिलाइजर बनाने का प्रोसीजर ये बनाने में भी आसान है यूज करने में भी आसान है। एक जार लेना और उसके अंदर बनाना पील्स डाल देना और उसको पूरा टॉप तक पानी भर देना और उसके बाद उसको कुछ दिनों तक या कुछ हफ्तों तक छोड़ देना और उसके बाद 35 ml एक जार में डाला। अगर जिसका मेरा जार छोटा था इसलिए मैं कम डाला, अगर जिसका जार बड़ा है वो एकदम डाल सकते और उसके ऊपर डालने बाद अपन उसको पॉटिंग मिक्सर से भी कर सकते और उसको हर 15 दिन में एक बार डालना। टाइप्स ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर वो एनिमल के वेस्ट से वो बनता और उसके अंदर केमिकल नहीं रहता ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर। और इन ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर्स में केमिकल्स रहता है, बहुत केमिकल्स रहता और उसके अंदर सल्फेट मैग्नीशियम सल्फेट एंड और पोटेशियम क्लोराइड भी है। और मेरे पास और कुछ प्लांट्स भी है वो जिसमें फर्टिलाइजर यूज किया था। ये प्लांट्स में मैं यूज करा था फर्टिलाइजर। ये थोड़े प्लांट्स में मैं यूज करा था फर्टिलाइजर और जिसमें मैं यूज नहीं करा था ये ऐसे पूरे सूख जा रहे और इसमें भी मैं यूज करा था
एलोवेरा की ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी हो रही इससे बनाना फील फर्टिलाइजर क्वेश्चनिंग ऑन द टॉपिक्स फर्टिलाइजर यूज क्यों करते बिना फर्टिलाइजर यूज करे भी प्लांट की ग्रोथ होती लेकिन अपन फर्टिलाइजर इसलिए यूज करते क्योंकि उसकी ग्रोथ बहुत जल्दी होना और अपने को फूड बहुत जल्दी मिलता ग्रोथ जल्दी होने से इसलिए यूज करते फर्टिलाइजर एनपीके फर्टिलाइजर का फुल फॉर्म ये है नाइट्रोजन फास्फोरस पोटेशियम और ये 100% ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर रहता बनाना पील को रिसाइकल करना जब अपन मांस खाते हैं और उसका छिलका फेंक देते तो वो फेंकना नहीं उसका फर्टिलाइजर बना के अपन प्लांट्स को भी डाल सकते अगर अपन फर्टिलाइजर बहुत ज्यादा डाल दिए तो क्या होता अगर फर्टिलाइजर अपन बहुत ज्यादा डाल दिए तो उसके माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स वर्मी कंपोस्ट वो सब हो जाते खराब हो जाते और रूट जो है वो भी खराब हो जाते उसकी वजह से प्लांट पूरा सूख जाता उसका बेनिफिट्स ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर बेनिफिट ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर का सब में बड़ा बेनिफिट्स ये है कि उसके अंदर हार्मफुल केमिकल्स नहीं रहते और उसके बाद अपने पास का जो भी पोल्यूशन रहता वो नहीं रहता उसमें और इसको गार्डन में अच्छा कर सकते अच्छा लगाने आ सकता टेक्निक्स भी रहते कंपोस्टिंग के ऑर्गेनिक कंपोस्टिंग स्लो कंपोस्टिंग फास्ट कंपोस्टिंग एंड फॉर्म कंपोस्टिंग और अगर अपनी मिट्टी अच्छी रही तो मट्टी में अपन लोग कुछ भी डाल तो अच्छा होता अगर मट्टी अच्छी नहीं रही तो ग्रोथ भी स्लो होता और एक स्लोगन है मेरे पास लव योर प्लांट्स लव योर प्लैनेट्स ग्रो ऑर्गेनिक और आप ये देख सकते हैं ये नॉर्मल है और ये केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर है और ये नेचुरल वार्म कास्टिंग है केमिकल में थोड़ा कम ग्रोथ है और इसमें बहुत ज्यादा थैंक यू
बहुत बढ़िया उस्मान बहुत बढ़िया बहुत अच्छी तरह से बात किया तुमने
थैंक यू
किया आपने उस्मान मुझे एक बात बताओ क्या हम ये जो माउस यूज किया है
यस
ये हरा वाला माउस है या पीला वाला माउस है
पीला वाला है सर
तो क्या तुमने चेक किया हरा वाला और पीला वाले में कुछ डिफरेंस है या नहीं
नो सर
चेक नहीं किया
नो
अच्छा मुझे बताओ एक माउस के छिलके के लिए मुझे कितना पानी डालना पड़ेगा और कितने कितने क्या कैपेसिटी के बर्तन में रखना पड़ेगा मुझे फर्मेंटेशन के लिए
ये जो प्लास्टिक की ग्लास आती ना
हाँ
उसके हिसाब से फुल डालना है
अच्छा एक गिलास पानी में एक केले का छिलका एक माउस का छिलका डालना है बस मगर इस माउस के छिलके डालने के बाद एक हफ्ते बाद या 2 हफ्ते बाद इसमें बहुत सारे प्रोटोजोन्स बैक्टीरिया हो जाते हैं इसे तुम कैसे हैंडल करते हो
उतने दिन तक नहीं रखते सर
हाँ
प्योर रखो जी डाल देते इतने दिन तक नहीं रखते
ज्यादा दिन तक नहीं रखते तुम अच्छा सो एवरी टाइम तुम हर बार नया बनाते हो क्या ये माउस का फर्टिलाइजर
हर टाइम नया बनाते 15 डेज में एक बार डालते प्लांट्स
ये सिर्फ माउस का छिलके के साथ यूज करते हो दूसरा क्या भी नहीं माउस का सिर्फ छिलका यूज करते हो
यूज करते कभी कभी
ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया
हॉबीज है सर हमारी है
गार्डनिंग तो हॉबी है लेकिन माउस के छिलके से बनाना हॉबी तो नहीं होगा
यस सर
गार्डनिंग करना तो हॉबी होगा तुम्हारी मगर माउस के छिलके से बनाने का आइडिया कैसा आया कहाँ से आया
टीचर और सिस्टर आइडियाज दिए थे बनाना पेन से ही बना सकते हैं
अच्छा क्या तुमने दूसरा कोई छिलका यूज किया अपार्ट फ्रॉम ये माउस के छिलके के सिवा दूसरा कुछ ट्राई किया क्या
यूज करके देखे थे अच्छे नहीं हुए केमिकल के यूज करके देखे थे सर लेकिन वो अच्छे नहीं हुए थे
अच्छा ये तुमने कौन सा माउस यूज किया है तुमने हरा माउस या पीला माउस
वही खाते से सर
हरा या पीला कौन सा
पीला पीला
पीला पीला माउस ओके अच्छा वेरी गुड बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंट किए उस्मान
थैंक यू
सर one question sir I don't know Urdu what you asked I don't know
अच्छा sir
but
sorry,
anyway
sir.
I would like to know one thing
Yes,
you translate and ask him
yeah please
whether 3 questions one whether did he use control number 1 number 2 I think from the photo, I understand he has not replicated. Number 3, whether the banana peel, did he pre-treat? How did he pre-treat? Pre-treatment of banana peel.
Okay.
3 questions he raised.
With regard to the first question, sir, he has used 3 pots, sir. One with the banana peel, the Usman, one with the tea filter. ये तुमने कितने ट्रिप्लिकेट कितने बर्तन रखे हैं, पॉट रखे हैं? 3 पॉट. क्या क्या है इसमें? पहले पॉट में क्या है?
बनाना पील फर्टिलाइजर है सर.
अच्छा, दूसरे में?
थर्ड में नॉर्मल है.
नॉर्मल. क्या भी नहीं ऐड किया तीसरे में?
Yeah.
So that is control.
Control.
Yes, normal is control.
He has kept replicates also, sir.
He has repeated twice, sir. One with this wheat, the other with the other plants.
One more thing, we have to tell him, the banana peel he has to replicate thrice.
Yeah. Right.
With the tea leaves, he has to replicate at least thrice.
Yeah, 2
That's
replicates he have done, sir. We should ask him to replicate.
2 he has done, sir, and 1 ferment. The banana peel pre-treatment, he has done fermentation.
Oh, okay.
With the water.
Yeah. Good. He has done it, huh?
He has done the fermentation. He has done the fermentation, sir.
Okay,
the
fine.
Banana peel and then used.
Good. Nice.
I hope he has addressed you.
Yes. Fine.
उस्मान, बहुत बढ़िया उस्मान. मैं बहुत खुश हुआ तुम्हारे काम से.
Good project, mashallah.
Very good. Zia, over to you, Zia.
Okay, Usman, very nice project, माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा है. इसमें एक क्वेश्चन, वो एक पॉट सूख गया पहले, ये 3 में से एक पॉट सूखा पहले.
कौन सा? ये फ्लावर का सर?
हाँ, फ्लावर का. वो
इसमें कुछ भी नहीं ऐड करें ना सर, ये नॉर्मल है इसलिए थोड़ा ड्राई हो जाएगा.
तो कितने दिन होगा? How many days?
1 month तो हो गया सर.
तीनों पॉट्स 1 month हुआ.
यस सर, एक साथ इसलिए सर 3 को एक साइज के.
ओके, तो आपका प्रोजेक्ट एक्चुअली क्या ग्रोथ फास्ट होता या ग्रोथ बेटर होता?
ग्रोथ फास्ट होता सर.
ओके, फास्ट होता. ओके, माशाल्लाह, अच्छा है, वेरी गुड, कीप इट अप. ओके, ऑल द बेस्ट.
Next, we move on to Sophia Fatima from Government Girls Higher Secondary 2 Lancer Golconda with I code JLS A164. Sophia Fatima.
मेरा नाम सोफिया है. मैं गवर्नमेंट गर्ल्स हाई स्कूल से.
सोफिया, तुम्हारा गला सुना नहीं है, वॉइस बराबर नहीं है, थोड़ा चेक.
अस्सलामु अलैकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू. मेरा नाम सोफिया फातिमा है. मैं जमात नहूम की तालिबा हूँ. मैं गवर्नमेंट गर्ल्स हाई स्कूल में पढ़ती हूँ. मेरा टॉपिक है कि हमारे इस्तेमाल के लिए कौन सा मास्क बेहतरीन है. फिजा में कई मिलियन बैक्टीरिया, वायरस और जरासीम पाए जाते हैं. इन बैक्टीरिया और वायरस में से चंद हमारे लिए नुकसानदेह होते हैं और चंद मुफीद होते हैं. ये इतने छोटे होते हैं कि हमारी सांस के जरिए हमारे फेफड़ों तक पहुंचकर हमें नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं. इनसे बचने के लिए हम मास्क का इस्तेमाल करते हैं. हम सब अपनी मर्जी के मुताबिक मुख्तलिफ अक़साम के मास्क इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन तमाम मास्क की काम करने की सलाहियत एक जैसी नहीं होती. हर मास्क एक जैसा काम नहीं करता. चंद मास्क ऐसे होते जो हमें ये बैक्टीरिया और वायरस से महफूज रखते और चंद मास्क ऐसे होते जिन्हें इस्तेमाल करना या नहीं करना बराबर होता. तो ये कंफ्यूजन को दूर करने के लिए मैंने एक मशगला अंजाम दिया. इस मशगले में मैंने 4 मुख्तलिफ अक़साम के टेस्ट किए. इन टेस्टों में मैंने पहले टेस्ट में मैंने
एक मास्क के ऊपर से स्प्रे परफ्यूम किया ताकि इस बात की जांच हो कि क्या फिजा में मौजूद बैक्टीरिया हमारे मास्क के अंदर दाखिल हो सकते हैं। दूसरे टेस्ट में मैंने इसी स्प्रे परफ्यूम को मास्क के अंदर से मारा। अगर ये स्प्रे मास्क के अंदर से गुजर गया तो इसका मतलब ये है कि हमारे मुंह से खारिज हुए हुए बैक्टीरिया मास्क से भी खारिज हो रहे हैं। तीसरे टेस्ट में मैंने 2 मास्क लिए और इन्हें मुखालिफ सिमत में रखा। एक मास्क के अंदर से स्प्रे परफ्यूम किया ताकि इस बात की जांच की जा सके कि क्या मुखालिफ सिमत में खड़े शख्स के मास्क से खारिज हुए हुए बैक्टीरिया हमारे मास्क में दाखिल हो सकते या नहीं। चौथे टेस्ट में मैंने मास्क पहनकर मोमबत्ती बुझाने की कोशिश की ताकि इससे मास्क की इफेक्टिवनेस का अंदाजा हो सके। ये तमाम टेस्ट मुकम्मल होने के बाद मैंने जदवल में अपने मुशाहिदात को नोट किया। इन मुशाहिदात की बिना पे मैंने ग्राफ तैयार किया। सर्जिकल मास्क और मूलीगाई मास्क सिर्फ 2 इम्तिहानात में कामयाब रहे। क्लॉथ मास्क सिर्फ 1 इम्तिहान में कामयाब रहा। वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट मास्क और जॉकी मास्क 3 इम्तिहानात में कामयाब रहे। N95 मास्क तमाम के तमाम इम्तिहानात में कामयाब रहा। इस डेटा की बिना पे मैं ये नतीजा अख्ज़ करती हूँ कि N95 मास्क हमारे इस्तेमाल के लिए बेहतरीन इंतखाब हैं। अगर N95 मास्क थोड़ा कॉस्टली भी रहता, अगर हम लोग ये एफर्ट नहीं कर सकते, हमारे बजट से बाहर है, तो हम लोग जॉकी मास्क या फिर वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट मास्क भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। जज़ाकल्लाह।
सोफिया, अस्सलाम वालेकुम सोफिया।
यस सर।
सोफिया, ये तुमने जो मास्क यूज किए हैं, ये 4 किस्म के मास्क यूज किए हैं। एक सर्जिकल मास्क, दूसरा कपड़े का, और N95 और 2 मास्क वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट और जॉकी का।
यस सर।
अच्छा, मुझे ये बताओ, ये जो मास्क जो यूज करते हैं और जरासीम है या नहीं है, कैसे पता चले? सेंट की बू से तो पता चलता है कि सेंट की बू आ रही है नहीं आ रही, जरासीम का पता कैसे चलेगा?
सर, जो वायरस के जो बैक्टीरिया है वो बहुत ज्यादा छोटे होते हैं। वो बहुत सारे क्या बोलते हैं, वो बहुत सारे जौहर से मिलकर एक मॉलिक्यूल बनते हैं। वो मॉलिक्यूल के साइज के होते हैं वो बैक्टीरिया। तो जो स्प्रे परफ्यूम हम लोग कर रहे हैं उसके जो ड्रॉपलेट्स है वो भी उसी साइज के होंगे। तो जो स्प्रे हमारा मास्क के अंदर से अगर गुजरा तो इसका मतलब ये रहेगा कि जो बैक्टीरिया है एयर में वो हमारे मास्क के अंदर दाखिल हो सकते हैं।
ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया तुम्हें?
ये आइडिया सर हम लोग रोज मास्क का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। जैसा कोविड-19 के प्रिकॉशंस है उसमें मास्क लगाना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। तो हम लोग जो हम देखे बहुत सारे लोग अलग अलग टाइप के मास्क यूज़ करते हैं, सब लोग एक जैसा यूज़ नहीं करते। लेकिन हर मास्क जो हम लोग पहनते हैं वो इफेक्टिव नहीं रहता, उससे हम बैक्टीरिया से महफूज नहीं रह सकते। तो ये बात को यकीनी बनाने के लिए कि हम लोग बेहतरीन मास्क इस्तेमाल करें जो मास्क हमको ये बैक्टीरिया से महफूज रख सके, इसलिए ये टॉपिक चूज करे और टेस्ट किए।
ये N95 मास्क जो बेहतरीन मास्क है, अगर ये मास्क हम नाक में नहीं पहन के मुंह पर पहने तो क्या फायदा?
सर, जो बैक्टीरिया है वो हमारे नोजल्स के जरिए हमारे अंदर दाखिल होते, तो अगर हम लोग नाक पे जो मास्क नहीं लगाए तो बैक्टीरिया जाते ही कैसा भी, मास्क लगाना या नहीं लगाना बराबर रहता वो।
बराबर, इसलिए मास्क पहनना है तो सही पहनना है।
यस सर।
गलत पहनने से कौन सा भी बढ़िया मास्क भी बेकार ही है।
यस सर।
जी, अच्छा, मुझे ये बताओ सोफिया, ये जो ग्राफ क्या तुम मुझे और एक बार बता सकते हो, वो 4 टेस्ट तुमने किए थे, वो स्प्रे वाला अंदर से स्प्रे मारा, दूसरा बाहर से स्प्रे मारा, और 2 टेस्ट वो दूसरे कौन से थे वो टेस्ट? एक टेस्ट।
यस सर, अभी बता रहे हैं। सर, ये पहले टेस्ट में मास्क के ऊपर से स्प्रे करें। अगर ये स्प्रे मास्क के अंदर से गुजर गया तो इसका मतलब ये रहता कि फिजा में जो बैक्टीरिया है वो हमारे मास्क के अंदर दाखिल हो रहे हैं। और दूसरे टेस्ट में जो परफ्यूम मारे हम लोग वो अंदर से मारे मास्क के, ताकि ये बात हमको मालूम हो सके कि हम जो बैक्टीरिया खारिज कर रहे हैं वो हमारे मास्क से भी बाहर जा रहे हैं, स्प्रेड हो रहा क्या नहीं। और फिर तीसरे टेस्ट में 2 मास्क रखिए, एक मास्क के अंदर से स्प्रे करें, अगर स्प्रे गुजरते हुए दूसरे मास्क में दाखिल हुआ तो इसका मतलब ये रहता कि हमारे सामने कोई भी ठहरे हुए शख्स उन्होंने मास्क लगाए हुए हैं, फिर भी उनके बैक्टीरिया खारिज हो रहे तो हमारे मास्क में दाखिल हो रहे या नहीं। और फिर चौथे टेस्ट में मास्क पहन के मोमबत्ती बुझाने की कोशिश करें ताकि मास्क की इफेक्टिवनेस का अंदाजा कर सके हम लोग।
अब जो मास्क ये तुम बोलते हो बोल रहे हो, ये मास्क दूसरा और तीसरा टेस्ट मुझे सिमिलर दिख रहा है, एक ही जैसा दिख रहा है मुझे, दूसरा और तीसरा टेस्ट। क्या तुम डिफरेंशिएट कर सकते हो उसमें? क्योंकि इसमें से अंदर से मारते हो, बाहर से आ गए तो मालूम हो जाता है, तो सामने वाले मास्क में जाना भी वही है ना?
सर हम लोग अब कोई भी बैक्टीरिया वो मास्क से फिल्टर होके बाहर आता तो सर थोड़ी देर रुक सकते हैं, अजान हो रही।
अच्छा, sir, their Azan is going on, sir. She has asked to stop.
Yes, sir, we can wait.
Okay, sir.
Sir, Sakib sir.
Yes, sir.
You send the results immediately, sir. We have to consult it.
Inshallah, sir.
At the earliest possible.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Zia, sir.
Yes, sir.
We have to get ready before valediction.
Sure, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sir, kindly join valediction also.
Sure,
Okay,
sir. Sure, sir. Zia, do you have any questions to be asked, Zia?
Sophia, unmute. Is Azan over?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
सर ये सेकेंड टेस्ट और थर्ड टेस्ट में डिफरेंस ये है कि अब कोई भी मास्क बैक्टीरिया को फिल्टर ही कर सकता, तो जो सेकेंड टेस्ट में हम लोग देखे स्प्रे को मास्क के अंदर से मार के तो वो जो बैक्टीरिया है वो फिल्टर होके बाहर आ रहे, लेकिन थर्ड टेस्ट में हम लोग ये देखना चाह रहे कि जो फिल्टर हुए हुए बैक्टीरिया है जो मास्क से खारिज हुए वो बैक्टीरिया भी हमारे मास्क के अंदर दाखिल हो सकते क्या, ये चेक करना चाहे।
मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई सोफिया, तुम्हारा काम सिंपल है मगर मीनिंगफुल है, उसका काम अच्छा है, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। ओवर टू जिया प्लीज।
सोफिया, वेरी गुड वर्क, माशाल्लाह, अच्छा किया हो। अच्छा, अब जब मास्क खरीदे वो जॉकी और वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट लेयर्स नोट किया, कितने लेयर्स सोफिया,
यस सर, उसमें 5 to 6 लेयर्स थे।
दोनों
यस
वाइल्ड
सर।
क्राफ्ट एंड जॉकी दोनों
यस
में
सर।
5 to 6।
यस
तो
सर।
कौन सा बेहतर, वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट या जॉकी?
सर वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट मास्क जो है वो बैक्टीरिया को स्प्रेड करता, और जो जॉकी मास्क है वो कैच करता, तो बेहतर तो वाइल्ड क्राफ्ट मास्क है।
अच्छा, ओके। ओके, ऑल द बेस्ट। अच्छा किया।
थैंक यू सर।
Next, we have Faizun Isam from Government Girls High School 2, Lancer, Golconda, with ID JLS A165.
Yes, ma'am. अस्सलामुअलैकुम, मेरा नाम फैजुनिसा है और मैं जमात नहूम की तुलबा हूँ और मैं GGHS सेकेंड लांसर में पढ़ती हूँ। आज का मेरा टॉपिक है पानी के मियार की जांच। क्या पानी की जांच की जा सकती है? हाँ, पानी की जांच की जा सकती है। और आज का मेरा मफूजा ये है कि कौन सा पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए बेहतर है। और आज हम पानी की जांच 2 तरीक़ों से करने वाले हैं। पहला तरीका है साबुन के झाग के ज़रिए और दूसरा तरीका pH पेपर के ज़रिए। पहले तरीके के लिए हमें 4 इम्तिहानी नलियाँ चाहिए होंगी। 4 इम्तिहानी नलियों में हमने 10-10 ग्राम मुख्तलिफ किस्म का पानी लिया है। इम्तिहानी नली ए में बोरवेल का पानी, इम्तिहानी नली बी में नल का पानी, इम्तिहानी नली सी में फिल्टर का पानी, इम्तिहानी नली डी में कशीद किया हुआ पानी। हम इन चारों इम्तिहानी नलियों में 10 मिलीलीटर पानी ले लिया था, फिर उसके अंदर 1 ग्राम साबुन डालकर 15 सेकंड्स तक खिलाकर 30 सेकंड्स के लिए छोड़ दिया था। अब देख रहे हैं झाग आ गया है। हमें इस मशगले में ये मालूम करना था कि साबुन का झाग सबसे ज़्यादा कौन से पानी में आता है, और जो साबुन का झाग कौन से पानी में सबसे ज़्यादा आया, वो पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए बेहतर होगा। तो हम यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं कशीद किया हुआ पानी में सबसे ज़्यादा झाग आया है इन सब के मुकाबले में। तो इसलिए हम कह सकते हैं कि कशीद किया हुआ पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए बेहतर है। और दूसरा तरीका है pH पेपर के ज़रिए। हमने इन 4 इम्तिहानी नलियों में एक खतरा मिथाइल ऑरेंज का डालकर हिला लिया था। फिर हमने pH पेपर को इन चारों इम्तिहानी नलियों में से डुबाकर निकाल कर रख लिया है। आप देख सकते हैं बोरवेल के पानी में रंग की लंबाई 8 सेंटीमीटर, नल के पानी में रंग की लंबाई 7.3 सेंटीमीटर, फिल्टर के पानी में रंग की लंबाई 6.5 सेंटीमीटर, कशीद किया हुआ पानी में रंग की लंबाई 7 सेंटीमीटर। हमने इस डाटे को नोट किया है। आप देख सकते हैं मुख्तलिफ किस्म का पानी, झाग की लंबाई, pH पेपर के रंग के जरिए पैमाइश। पहला है बोरवेल का पानी, झाग की लंबाई 1 सेंटीमीटर, pH पेपर के रंग के जरिए पैमाइश 8 सेंटीमीटर। दूसरा है नल का पानी, झाग की लंबाई 5 सेंटीमीटर और pH पेपर के रंग की लंबाई 7.3 सेंटीमीटर। तीसरा है फिल्टर का पानी, झाग की लंबाई 6.5 सेंटीमीटर, pH पेपर के रंग की लंबाई 6.5 सेंटीमीटर। और चौथा है कशीद किया हुआ पानी, यानी कि उबाल लिए से पानी, झाग की लंबाई 7.7 सेंटीमीटर और pH पेपर के रंग की लंबाई 7 सेंटीमीटर। pH पेपर की रंग की लंबाई 7 सेंटीमीटर इसलिए आई कि अपन जो pH पेपर की स्केल लेते हैं उसके अंदर 1 से 6 तक का तोशा और 8 से 14 तक का अहसास होता है, 7 तातीली होता है। इसीलिए कशीद किया हुआ पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए बेहतर है। हमने डाटे को ग्राफ के जरिए भी बताया है। इस्तेमाल किया है साबुन के झाग की लंबाई के जरिए और pH पेपर के जरिए। साबुन के झाग के जरिए बोरवेल का पानी 1 सेंटीमीटर, नल का पानी 5 सेंटीमीटर, फिल्टर का पानी 6.5 सेंटीमीटर, कशिश किया हुआ पानी 7.7 सेंटीमीटर। और यहाँ पर पीएच पेपर के जरिए बोरवेल का पानी 8 सेंटीमीटर, नल का पानी 7.3 सेंटीमीटर, फिल्टर का पानी 6.5 सेंटीमीटर और कशिश किया हुआ पानी 7 सेंटीमीटर। अब हम ये नतीजा इन डाटे और इस मशगले के मुताबिक हम ये नतीजा करते हैं कि हमारी सेहत के लिए कशिश किया हुआ पानी ही बेहतर है और हमें घरों में कशिश किया हुआ पानी ही इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, क्योंकि कशिश किया हुआ पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए, हमारी ग्रोथ के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है। और हमने दोनों तरीकों से मालूम करके देख लिया कि कशिश किया हुआ पानी इसके अंदर कशिश किया हुआ पानी ही हमारी सेहत के लिए बेहतर है। इसलिए मैं लोगों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि घरों में कशिश किया हुआ पानी इस्तेमाल करें। शुक्रिया।
फैजुनी साहब, बहुत अच्छी तरह से प्रेजेंट किया है तुमने, ये जो पानी को चेक करने का। ये मुझे ये बताओ, ये जो साबुन डाल के क्या चीज हम देख रहे हैं, ये झाग क्या चीज बताता है?
ये झाग हम मिला लिए थे साबुन के अंदर, मतलब पानी के अंदर हमने अलग अलग किस्म के पानी लिए थे ना, उसके अंदर 1 ग्राम साबुन डालकर हमने 15 सेकंड तक हिलाकर 30 सेकंड के लिए छोड़ दिया था, तो इसके अंदर झाग आ गया। तो हम ये झाग के जरिए ये बताना चाह रहे हैं कि कौन सा पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए बेहतर है और कौन सा पानी हमारी सेहत के लिए नुकसानदाह है।
ये क्या वास्ते नुकसानदाह है या क्या वास्ते हमारे लिए अच्छा है? झाग जो आता है वो पानी, ये क्या चीज बताता है?
हम जो साबुन कशिश किया हुआ पानी में डाल रहे हैं वो सिर्फ पानी से इफेक्ट कर रहा साबुन, और जो भारी पानी होता है उसके अंदर नमकियात और बेकार मादे मिले हुए होते हैं जिसकी वजह से झाग नहीं आता।
यही मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था तुमसे, हार्डनेस ऑफ द वाटर। या सही है। या
जिसके अंदर झाग कम आता है वो हार्ड वाटर, और जिसके अंदर झाग ज्यादा आता है सिर्फ पानी से इफेक्ट करता है वो सॉफ्ट वाटर होता है।
यही मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था तुम्हारे से। अच्छा, ये जो पीएच और झाग, ये सिर्फ 2 टेस्ट किए ही हैं या कोई और टेस्ट किया है तुमने?
नो सर, ये 2 टेस्ट ही हमने 2 टेस्टों से ही हमने पानी, मतलब हमारे सेहत के लिए कौन सा पानी बेहतर है ये मालूम किया है।
अच्छा, ये एक कशिश किया हुआ पानी जो डिस्टिल वाटर भी बोल सकते हैं या बॉयल किया हुआ वाटर, ये डिस्टिल वाटर है या बॉयल किया हुआ वाटर है?
बॉयल किया हुआ
पानी। अच्छा, ये जो बचे के जो 3 है, वो एक नल का पानी है, दूसरा बोरवेल का पानी है, और तीसरा क्या है?
फिल्टर का पानी है सर।
फिल्टर का मतलब कौन से फिल्टर का?
सर ये जो बाजारों में मिलते हैं फिल्टर, जो अपन
मतलब जो कैन में आती है वो पानी बोल रहे हो क्या तुम?
नो सर, वो वाला नहीं, जो मशीनों के जरिए फिल्टर कर रहे हैं सर, वो वाला फिल्टर का पानी।
वो घर में जो पानी की मशीन रहती है, फिल्टर की मशीन। Vaisuni sir, are you there? Vaisuni sir, are you there? Are you there?
Sir, I think she has issues with the network.
What shall we do, ma'am? Shall we wait for her, or we will move on to the next candidate?
Actually, our presentation is over. No, only interaction.
Yeah, interaction is there.
We can end it. No
End it, sir. Okay, sir.
we can move on to next.
Sure.
Next, we have Muhammad Arbaz from Neo Rosary High School with code JLS A166.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Arbas of class 10. Assalamu alaikum. Hey, camera bot के लिए एक मिनट Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohammed Arbaz of class 10 from New Rosary High School. And my project title is Nanoparticles for Mosquito Control. And my purpose is for doing this project, as we all know that mosquitoes are very everywhere and they are very harmful and they are causing very harmful diseases to human beings. Some of their diseases are dengue, malaria, and yellow fever. Because of these diseases, around 63 to 70 people are dying every day in India. To stop this rate of deaths, we are working on nanotechnology. But what is nanotechnology? Nanotechnology is nothing but it deals with the understanding and control of matter at dimension between approximately 1 and 100 nanometers. Here you can see the nanoscale. For making nanoparticles, we are using neem leaves. We also can use some other plant leaves like catnip plant, basil plant, and citronella. But we are using neem leaves because neem leaves are very common in India and we can easily get them. And now my question is, which method is suitable for synthesizing the nanoparticles and eradicate mosquitoes? And my hypothesis is the effectiveness of neem leaves by synthesizing the silver nanoparticles to eradicate the mosquitoes. For making neem leaves, first we have to make a neem leaf extract. For making that, we are using neem leaves, silver nitrate, spectrophotometers to bottle, conical flask, hot plate, water, magnetic stirrer, and incubator. For making this, first we have to take fresh neem leaves, then we have to wash them with twice with tap water and thrice with distilled water. After washing our neem leaves, we have to dry our neem leaves in incubator at the temperature of 37 degrees centigrade for 3 days. After drying our neem leaves, we have to grind our neem leaves in powder with the help of electric blender. Then we have to mix our neem leaves with 20 grams of neem leaves with 300 ml of milk water in a 500 ml of conical flask. After mixing, we get a after mixing, we get an neem leaf extract. Here you can see. Now we have to mix silver nitrate in it. But we have to note one thing that when we are mixing silver nitrate in our neem leaves extract, we have to continuously mix it very well, and then we can see our neem leaves extract change its color, and now we have silver nitrate. Now we get after getting a silver nitrate, we have to test our silver nitrate in spectrophotometers. Here you can see the graph. This graph shows that our silver nano particles is strong to kill mosquitoes. And after seeing the result, we have to spread our silver nanoparticles in some dirty waters where mosquitoes live when their eggs and their larvae live. So after doing this, I conclude that with the help of biosynthesizing nanoparticles, we can eradicate mosquitoes. And my hypothesis is correct. Thank you.
Mohammed Arbas, tell
Yes,
me,
sir.
how did you know that these nanoparticles eradicate mosquito?
Where we say we will go to Mahavir Hospital where there we can there I've done this experiment with mosquitoes. In Mahavir Hospital lab, I done this project, I done this experiment, and I can find that my nanoparticles can kill mosquitoes.
How do you know that the mosquito get killed by these nanoparticles?
Uh,
Did you analyze mosquitoes or any kind of things?
yes, sir.
What did
When we make a tank. In this tank, we release some mosquitoes' eggs or their larvae. After that, we mix our silver nitrate in that tank. Uh, from 1 or 2 days, they all larvae were killed. Then only I understand that our silver nitrate can kill mosquitoes.
What is the amount of silver nitrate solution you used?
It is silver nitrate is equal in how if we are making neem leaves extract, the neem leaves extract and silver nitrate they both have to equal in quantity.
Over to Zoeb, please.
One more question, sir. I would like to ask.
Please.
Shall I?
Please,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Please, sir.
It's more to the chemistry. You said the nanoparticle is prepared
Yes.
by mixing the neem leaves with the silver nitrate.
Yes, sir.
How come the nanoparticle will form by mixing the neem leaves extract with the silver nitrate? What is the reaction?
The reaction between them when we add silver nitrate in neem leaves extract, we have to continuously mix it very well. So you can see here also.
Okay,
this is the
okay.
neem leaf.
I do agree. You
Okay.
are telling that you have to mix and you have to stir.
Yes.
What is the reaction which causes the silver nanoparticle to form? Can you tell me what is happening? You tell me for the silver nanoparticle to form from the
Yes.
silver nitrate.
Yes.
Silver nitrate to silver nanoparticle, what is the basic reaction?
Yes.
There are types of reaction, complexation, like that, reduction, oxidation. So what is the, out of the 4 type of reaction, what is happening in the conversion? I am giving the optional question, multiple choice. The conversion of silver nitrate to silver nanoparticle acting due to the neem, what type of reaction is happening? Precipitation or complexation or oxidation or reduction?
Complications, sir.
No. Actually, the silver nitrate to silver is reduction. And without reducing agent, silver nitrate will not become silver.
Okay.
So what is the role of neem leaves here is the question. It need to be explained basically. Okay.
Okay, sir.
See, you must be thorough with the background. What is happening when something is something you observe, you need to explain why it is happening. What is the reason behind it?
Okay, sir.
Over to Zia, sir.
Yeah, Arpas, so very good presentation you've done. Nice experiment. And did you check with any other thing instead of neem? Instead of neem?
Yes, sir. We can also use a catnip plant, also Basili and Citronella. But we are using neem leaves because it is very common and we can easily get neem leaves. And it, even if in the future we are making nanoparticles, so you can use neem leaves because they are easily available and it is cheap also.
Okay. And why can't we use neem leaf extract just as it is without making into nano?
Because neem leaf extract does not affect that much. If we mix a silver nitrate in it, they affect much more than neem leaf extract.
Okay. And finally, what is the future scope of this?
My future scope is to improve my project and to make India free of mosquitoes.
Okay, very good. Inshallah, we'll do that. Okay, all
Yes,
the
sir.
best.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Amtul Husna from Learners Academy with ID code JLS A167.
Assalamualaikum. Myself Amtul Husna. I'm studying in class 9. I'm from Learners Academy School and my topic is a study of using efficiency of hypocotyl X plants of ICGS 11 cultivar of Rachis hypodia. Let's start with abstract. My abstract is the present study was carried out to establish the using efficiency of hypocotyl X plants in the response to hormones. And after that, my hypothesis is a study is a tissue culture technique which involves totipotency, that is the potentiality of a cell that gives rise to the whole organism since nearly 3 decades. And my result is hormone concentration mg per liter 2.524 D plus 0.5 kinetic, and in callus induction it is 99.15%, and in callus solidification in mg is 2800, and in callus type it is greenish white soft. So after that 1.01 AA plus 0.5 kinetic, and in callus injection it is 70.27%, and in callus solidification is 1900, and in callus type it is white hard. Then 1.0 NAA plus 0.5 kinetic, and in callus injection it is 78.23%, and in callus solidification it is 2100, and in callus type it is white soft. And my conclusion is the most effective hormonal concentration was to be found in 2.5 mg by per liter 0.5 kinetic. And my introduction is Arachis hypodia is a groundnut that has many proteins and it has high protein. In our daily life we use that, and it has many benefits like it has many proteins and we use in our daily life for cooking, eating, and many more. And my future consideration is efficient collagen is the best indication of regeneration response of the plant. In the present study, can we further direct that the regeneration of groundnuts from the hypocotyl X plants from micropropagation? And this is a groundnut. And this is my logbook. Thank you, Jazakallah khair.
Assalamualaikum, Amtul Husna. Amtul Husna, tell me what is the outcome of this project?
Means, sir?
What is the outcome of this project? What is the use of this project?
Because of the hormonal concentration effective was to be found in 2.5 mg per liter.
What is the use to the society?
It is many benefits, like it is very helpful for our health and it will help to our heart.
Achha, where did you did this study? How do you had the idea of doing this study?
First, I was suffering with my mother in the train. In the train, the one person has came with the groundnut. Then I have think this idea came to my mind and I have done this.
Where did you perform this experiment?
In Sangareddy, sir.
Sangareddy is a lab.
ICRISAT in potential.
So what do you want to convey about with regard to this project?
That efficient coalescing is the best indication of regeneration response to the plant.
Okay. So, Zoeb, please. Zoeb.
Yeah, Husna, so you've done a very good experiment. Why only peanuts you have chosen? Is
Because
it
I like to eat. It has more calories.
okay? So did you probably compare with the other possible foods, which is better for this study?
No, sir.
Okay, so you have done only one, that is peanut.
Yes,
okay. Okay, and what will be the future prospects?
That the efficient
This
coalescing
project I'm asking. Only
efficient
this.
coalescing is the best indication for regeneration of the plant.
So what can you do further in this project? What can you do to make it more bigger?
I will do many more experiments for this project.
So you can use different plants for this experiment, no?
Okay, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
very nice. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next, we have Amreen Begum from Mount Mercy with JLS A168. Amreen Begum, are you there?
Sister, I couldn't find her, sister. Probably she's not here.
So shall we move on to the next?
The student is not in the meeting.
Yes, sir, she's not here.
Then we can move on to next.
Okay, next we have Aska Tarannum from Government Girls High School 2 Lancer Golconda with JLS A169.
Myself Asna Taranum. Today my topic is think green to make clean. Are green detergents less toxic than conventional detergents? There are many upgrades to our kitchens in today's societies. Nowadays, we have the choice to decide whether we would like green detergent or conventional detergent. Grey water is the water produced by showering, cleaning clothes, washing dishes, etc. It does not include any human waste. So clearly, if grey water is used for growing plants, the kinds of detergents that we use in the house will have to be eco-friendly. But is there any difference between the both detergents? Purpose. So purpose for this science project is to find out if green detergents actually work, whether conventional detergents are better, or if both the detergents are the same. At the end of this project, the goal is to find out that which detergent is best for the environment. Hypothesis. My hypothesis is that I predict that once the plant leaves are left in the detergent with mixed with water, the leaves will not be too damaged from the detergent. However, the conventional detergent will damage the leaves more since there is more chemicals compared to the green detergents. So for this procedure, I require material is styrofoam cups, permanent marker, laundry detergent, 2 green and 2 conventional, plastic spoon, plastic wrap, leaves, and water. So my procedure, I have taken the styrofoam cup with the name of the liquid detergent and the percent concentration as 0%, 25%, 50%, and 100%. In the cup label 100%, I have added the 100 ml of water of liquid detergent. In the cup label 50%, I have added the 100 ml of liquid detergent and 100 ml of water. In the cup label 125%, I have added the 100 ml of 50% detergent made in previous step. In the cup label 0%, I have added only 100 ml of water. Next, I have mixed this dilution by stirring with a spoon with avoiding the forming bubbles. Next, I have placed the leaves in each of the cups. Next, I have covered these cups with plastic wrap to avoid exploitation. So after that, I have recorded this for 3 to 4 days. After that, I got my observation. In conventional detergent, the cup label 100%, the leaves have now changed color and have a larger holes. In the cup label 50%, the leaves are now translucent. In the cup label 25%, the leaves are extremely dark and mushy. In the cup label 0%, the leaves are no change due to the fact that there is no detergent in the water. In the green detergent, the cup label 100%, the leaves are pulpy and have dark spots. In the cup label 50%, the leaves are slimy and turn a bit yellow. In the cup label 25%, the leaves have causing the detergent to change the color and have clumped up. In the cup label 0%, there is no change due to the fact that there is no detergent in the water. So after that, I conclude that it is slightly better to use green detergent than conventional detergents. When in the kitchen, or it all depends on what type of brand you use due to the fact that they use different ingredients. So results, altogether in this experiment, I found that I was wrong about how the green detergent will have a low effect on the leaves. It turns both of the detergent had a very big impact on the leaf, but the green detergent had a slightly hand in this experiment. Thank you.
So, Hasna Taranum, do you mean to say that both the detergent impact the leaves, and comparatively the green detergent has lesser impact on the leaves?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what should we do then?
So, sir, green detergents, we can use green detergents because they have the less impact on the leaves. As per
What about the effectiveness of these detergent then? Okay, leave it. What is the cost between this? What is the cost of this detergent, the conventional one and the green detergent one? Can you please tell me? Can you please tell me the cost difference between the cost of conventional one and the green detergent one?
sir, will you please repeat? Actually, I can't unmute by myself, so that was I can't answer you.
What is the cost of the conventional detergent and green detergent?
Sir, are you talking about cost?
Yeah, cost. How much money?
Money?
What is the price of the green detergent and conventional detergent you used?
Sir, chemical conventional detergents are cheaper than the green detergent.
Okay, it's over to Zia, please. Zoe.
Taranum, you've done a good job. Nice experiment. Okay, tell me where you got this idea from.
Sir, nowadays the water pollution has increased day by day. So I have learned about the gray water. Gray water is produced from the cleaning clothes, washing dishes. So gray water is using for the growing plants. It does not include any human waste. So I just think that the detergent that we are using in the house will have to be eco-friendly. So that was I have thought for this project.
So it was your idea.
Yes, sir.
Mashallah, very good. Okay, and tell me what is the future scope?
Sir, if we use the green detergent, less impact, less effect on the environment. From that, the water pollution will be decreased in the future, and we can save water also.
Okay, so what can you do in the future? In your experiment, how can you further improve?
What, sir? I didn't get you.
This particular experiment, can you do something more? What you have done today, can you do more?
Yes, sir. I can improve this experiment.
What can you add?
Yes, sir. By making the green detergent, myself in the future.
Okay, so you mean to say you'll be making the detergent yourself?
Yes, sir. Nowadays, because green detergents is costly from the chemical conventional detergents, this is one of the reason that all are the using the conventional detergent.
Yes. Okay, very nice. Very nice presentation. I wish you all the best.
Next, we have Tahura Minhaj from Uruj Model High School with JLS A170 as her ID.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm studying in 9th standard from Uruj Model. My research project topic is on which face mask is the best and its impact on oxygen and phosphate. Wearing a face mask to be prevented or protected from coronavirus has become a part of our daily life. However, this is a massive change. We often hear people about the quality problem. My problem is that by wearing a mask, it will affect on my oxygen saturation level and phosphate. My hypothesis are the person feels difficulty in breathing that the oxygen saturation level will be increases or decreases. I think oxygen saturation level will be remain wearing a mask. While wearing a mask, it did not cause a major fluctuation in heart rate and SpO2. My aim is to find out which face mask is the best and its impact on oxygen level. Materials include oximeter, gloves, 5 participants, surgical mask, cloth mask, and 95 respiratory mask. Procedure. Take a clean gloves and set up a pulse oximeter. Now use the pulse oximeter and record the SpO2 heart rate of the participant. Now allow the participant to wear cloth mask and continue to perform daily routine activities. Now record the SpO2 heart rate of the same participant. I have recorded the observation in a table column. Participant was wearing cloth mask. SpO2 is 97% and heart rate is 77%. Now I allow the same participant to wear another mask that is a surgical mask. Now I allow continue with the curricular activity and I have recorded the observation in a tabular column. Surgical mask. Participant 1, SpO2 is 97 and heart rate is 77. Now I allow the same participant to wear another mask that is a 95 respiratory mask. Now I allow you to continue with your daily routine activities. Now I have recorded the values in a tabular column. Participant 1, SpO2 is 97 and heart rate is 84. I have repeated this experiment by the other 4 participants that I have recorded from the observation. Participant 2, by wearing surgical mask, the oxygen level is 95 and the pulse rate is 77. And I allow the same participant to wear another mask that is cloth mask. The value of SpO2 is 98 and the pulse rate is 97. Now I allow the same participant to wear another mask that is 95. Now I recorded the observation. A participant 2 observation of the SpO2 is 95 and the pulse rate is 73. Then I have recorded the observation of the other 2 participants. Then I have recorded this in a different column as I had done. Risk and safety. Without face mask, the spread of virus will be known. If a traveler and healthy person is without the mask, if a traveler is without the mask and healthy person is not wearing a mask, the spread of virus will be moderate. If the traveler is with a mask and a healthy person is without the mask, the spread of virus will be low. If the traveler is with the mask and a healthy person also wearing a mask, the spread of virus will be very low. Safety. Wear the mask correctly. Do not touch the surfaces and nose pad which covers especially nose and mouth. The person who has common cold and influenza by wearing a mask, the doctors reduce it to 8 zones. By the research project, what does oxygen saturation level and pulse rate mean? Pulse rate means oxygen saturation level, which is also known as SpO2, is the total amount of the oxygen present in the blood is normal 95 to 100% of the oxygen present in the blood in all age groups. For the person who has lung disease, they can have SpO2 level around 90%. And what does heart rate mean, which is also known as pulse rate? Does a heart beat per minute is 60 to 100 minutes, 60 to 100 times the heart beats per minute. And the pulse rate really increases by doing daily exercise, illness, injury, and emotion. From this experiment, my observation is by significance of my project helps me in finding which network is the best technology for society. Therefore, I am supporting to my hypothesis that there will be no concentration changes for getting a mask, and I have recorded that the values in a tabular column. The outcome of my project helps me and in supporting my hypothesis. There will be no fluctuation changes occurred for decreases in oxygen saturation level and heart rate. Conclusion. By this experiment, I can conclude that people are awareness among people. And I had also concluded that by wearing a 95 mask, it is concluded that it has tight fitting multiple devices which create physical barriers between the mouth and the nose of the wearer. And I can also concluded that by wearing a 95 mask not cause a major fluctuation of both the participant and while wearing it the handed and SQ also. And so as from this experiment, I want to create awareness among people that everyone has to wear a 95 respiratory mask without it is a multiple device and it has a tight loose fitting of the mask. Acknowledgement. I would like to thank the scientific team that encourages me to take a part in this national scientific competition, and I also want to thank my teacher who helped me in this competition of science fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Tahura Minhaj.
Yes, sir.
Very nice presentation. Tell me in a nutshell, which mask is best?
And 95 respiratory mask is best, sir.
N95 mask is the best one.
Yes.
What about the impact of it on the oxygen saturation?
Yes, sir. Repeat again.
Effect of N95 mask on the oxygen saturation.
As I had done this experiment with the participants, I had observed that I can get the fluctuation changes, not fluctuation changes by wearing a 95 mask. The recordings of the participants by wearing a 95 mask is average.
Very nice. So you mean to say that we should start wearing N95 mask and not don't use other mask?
Yes, sir.
Zeb, your turn, please.
Yeah, Minhaj, you have done nice work, nice experiment. But tell me how many samples, how many type of mask you do?
3 types.
Only 3? One of each? Did you take one of each?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In cloth mask itself, many varieties there. Did you test in those varieties?
No, only one variety.
Okay. So finally, do you feel that cloth mask is bad or good for oxygen?
Not bad, sir.
Okay. So compared
But
to
N95 is good as we have compared this mask with other masks.
do you find that there is better oxygen saturation in case of N95 compared to cloth mask?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because from that it will not cause fluctuation changes.
Okay. And finally, what do you think is the future scope?
My future scope is that air pollution and dangerous smokes are increasing. So by that pollution, it will affect on our health and on our society.
Okay.
By wearing mask or not.
Okay. All the best. I wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you, Tahura. Thank you, Tahura. Thank you, judges. You have given your valuable suggestions, triggered their minds, encouraging them go beyond the project, and spent your valuable time with our participants. Thank you all. Thank you, sirs.
1 minute, madam.
Yes.
The sessions all content over, no?
Yeah, that one girl is left, sir. Amreen Begum from Mount Mercy, 168.
She did not join, huh?
Yeah, she hasn't joined, I think.
Okay, fine. We can conclude, huh?
Okay, sir.
Dear judges, Alhamdulillah, you have spared a very long time. Actually, we started the session on time, 9:30, and over nearly 4.5 hours, the session has extended. It is the longest session. In each session, we didn't add we didn't have more than 18 presentation, but this is a session we have had 29 presentation in one category. Alhamdulillah, you have been very, very patient in hearing from the students and very enthusiastically interacted with all the students. And as you were very patient in at the beginning till the end, you were very patient in interacting with the students. Jazakallah khair. May Allah reward you abundantly for the your service. Jazakallah khair. Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve as judges for you. I see many budding scientists here. It's really give me immense pleasure to witness all these happenings and presentations of these small kids.
We can end the
our
session.
schools. Thank you, sir.
Sir, 1
Thank you
minute.
very